How's it snaking, my friendly fellow board game demons and demonettes? Of course, we are here with Fury of Dracula. We have both the Learn to Play book and the rules reference booklet. This is a favorite game of mine, although honestly, I have to say I own and have played 3rd edition, not 4th edition. From what I understand, though, is that the rules are very similar, almost identical, but with some clarifications. Some things perhaps improved or streamlined slightly, but basically the 3rd and 4th editions are pretty much the same gameplay mechanisms, not the big changing leap from the 2nd edition. Also, for this video, I want to note this is a read-through of the Learn to Play booklet, and the rules reference to, we should be able to get to it, but it is not, strictly speaking, a tutorial of how to play of my own making. It's just a read-through of the rules with a little bit of commentary, perhaps, here and there. But don't expect this to be a traditional how to play. This is probably a fair bit longer. Not ideal for when you're introducing a group to the game. Might be good for you to listen to yourself if you've already read the rules or following along, or you're just like me, an auditory listening learner. So let's jump into Fury of Dracula, Learn to Play, and then afterward, either later in this video or second video, we'll get to the rules reference to further solidify the ideas and thoughts into our head. In theory, in principle, in practice, you probably can just read or listen to this Learn to Play booklet without doing more than referencing rules reference. That's what it's there for. But I find that having that extra bit reinforces it if you read it ahead of time as well. So here we are, Fury of Dracula, 4th edition. Now, on this first page, there is clearly a lot of fluff, a lot of flavor text, and the font is not so easy for me to read unless I scooch, which is a very eldritch thing to say, scooch. Now, if you're not the kind of person who enjoys this sort of fluff, this sort of extra flavor text, and would rather just skip to gameplay, it's probably not the right game for you, but you can if you want. There's, play that stained glass window game. Fury of Dracula. Dearest Quincy, 8 years ago, the devil himself came to London to dwell in Carfax Abbey. 8 years ago, my dear friend Lucy became one of the undead, and my own soul was cast into peril by the pernicious Count Dracula. 8 years ago, Quincy Morris, your namesake, gave his life to see that evil destroyed. Would that his sacrifice had not been in vain. My dreams have been troubled, my sleep disturbed by visions of a castle in the Carpathian Mountains. I see a carriage with 4 black horses and smell the salt of the sea and the awful tang of blood. I wrote the Professor Van Helsing at once when the dreams began, and he confirmed my fears. The Count is returned. As the dreams continued, I awoke one night to find myself standing in the hall with Mr. Morris's old knife in one hand. I knew not what mischief I might have wrought had I awoken when I did. Nor did I have any longing to learn. I packed my things, kissed you and Jonathan goodbye, and departed that morning to visit Arthur, Lord Godalming, in the country. Dr. Seward and Van Helsing arrived soon after, and we, hunters of the vampire, were thus reunited. Only Jonathan remained, staying with you, my son, to keep you safe. My son, we do not know where Dracula makes his lair, nor do we know his ultimate goal, except that it is evil and a great peril to all the world. He lives despite our efforts, and his revenge will be terrible indeed. Jonathan's instructions are to give you this letter in the event of my death, when you are old enough. I hope that you never read these words. I hope that I will come home to you, but I fear that none of us may survive the Fury of Dracula. With love, your mother Mina. Letter from Mina Harker to her son Quincy, 1898. Using this booklet. The purpose of this Learn to Play booklet is to teach new players how to play Fury of Dracula This booklet includes all of the rules used to begin playing, but omits many rules, exceptions, and specific card interactions. It is recommended that players read this booklet in its entirety before playing their first game. This game also includes a rules reference, which describes detailed rules and has the various exceptions that were omitted from this booklet. During the game, consult the rules reference when questions arise. Game overview. Fury of Dracula is a 1 versus many deduction game inspired by Bram Stoker's classic novel Dracula. One player controls Dracula and up to 4 players assume the role of his hunters. During the game, Dracula will attempt to elude the hunters as he spawns new vampires across Europe, while the hunters try to find and destroy Dracula, thereby ending his reign of terror. Here we have a look at the components, obviously clearly a visual thing. I won't read all of these off here, but we have an assortment, a litany of cards and the board and character sheets, plastic figures, tokens, and chips, and again, more cards. We'll get into the meaning and purpose of each of those in time. And up next, we have a view of the setup, the game board, with carefully labeled, itemized ways to show how to set up the game, what components are needed when you're first getting started. Setup. When setting up a game of Fury of Dracula, players perform the following steps. 1. Place the game board. Unfold the game board and place it in the center of the play area, within reach of all players. 2. Set the influence track. Place the influence marker on space 0 of the influence track. Sort of almost looks octagonal, but has more sides than that, I think, and there's a rectangular center that places on display the current influence level. Number 3. Set time track. Place the time marker on the yellow Monday day space on the time track. Time marker looks like a little clock, yellow for the day on one side, bluish for the night on the other, starting with day on Monday. Assign roles. Step 4. One player chooses to control Dracula and should sit near the side of the board, showing the trail. The remaining players each choose a hunter to control. Each player takes their respective character sheet and figure. Each hunter takes 1 hunter reference card and hunter reference card, and Dracula takes the reference map. The trail as it shows looks like an empty series of red rectangles where cards can go. Now we read fewer than 5 players. If there are 3 hunter players, 1 player controls 2 hunters. If there are 2 hunter players, each player controls 2 hunters. If there is only 1 hunter player, that player controls all 4 hunters. Side note, it's an interesting element that some people perhaps don't like, understandably, that it doesn't scale at all, except in the sense that you control more or less hunters, but you will find that certain people are quite well attuned to being in a group and best when it's all 4, and other people, it works well 1 versus 1. So discover, learn, and know your audience, and every number can work right for a different group. Step 5. Prepare hunter cards. Shuffle all item cards and place them face down near the board. 5A. Then shuffle both the hunter and Dracula event cards together into a single deck and place it near the turn deck, near the item deck eyeballs. 5B. Sort the hunter combat cards by type and place them in 3 distinct piles near the item deck. So obviously we'll get into all of those, but what's interesting about the Dracula and hunter decks being shuffled together is that they'll have different backs, sometimes with the kind of emblem of the hunters, and other times the top card will reveal the red bat of Dracula. Step 6. Prepare Dracula cards. Sort the encounter cards, 6A, and Dracula combat cards, 6B, into 2 separate decks, and individually shuffle them. Then create the location deck. 6C. By organizing the location cards numerically, place all 3 decks face down near Dracula's side of the board. Perhaps we'll be able to see better. Viewing like this. No, that's worse. Sorry. Step 7. Create token pool. Place the ticket tokens face down near the board and randomize them. Then separate the remaining tokens by type and place them in a pile near the board. Step 8. Draw encounter cards. Dracula draws 5 encounter cards for his starting hand. Step 9. Place hunters. Each hunter places his or her figure on a city on the board. Lord Goldeming is placed in Constanta. A. Dr. John Seward is placed in Marseilles. Always say that city's name wrong. B. Mina Harker is placed in Brussels. C. And Van Helsing is placed in Amsterdam. D. When playing the advanced game, each hunter chooses their own starting city. See advanced game setup on page 2. In the rules reference. These starting cities they recommend, though, are actually pretty good, and there's nothing wrong with using them yourself perpetually, but you certainly could use the advanced rules. I've heard the audiobook, the British version, or several, where it's Lord Goldeming. Even though it doesn't look like it's spelled that way, it looks like Lord Godalming. But who knows what is correct. I know I'm saying the name of cities wrong. Finally, step 10. Choose Dracula's starting location. Dracula chooses a starting location. Instead of placing his figure on the board, he secretly searches his location cards for the card matching the location where he wishes to start. Then he places that card face down on the first space, leftmost space, of the trail. Dracula cannot choose a C-zone, Castle Dracula, or a city that a hunter occupies as his or her starting location. After placing a location card, Dracula places his figure on the red circle near the first space of the trail, F. Do not place an encounter card. So you're placing a location card for Dracula for his first space, and that's where he currently is. Hence, the space where you place the figure being next to that, because that's his current location. What can be confusing with these setup rules, and forgive me for pausing more with them, is that they, of necessity, require more visual reference. So even if you're mostly listening to this might be the one portion to skip back and look at the physical rules as you set up your test playthrough game, either with yourself or a friend. It'll be swifter and easier with the rest of it, though. And we continue. Players as hunters or Dracula. When playing Fury of Dracula, each player controls one character, one of the hunters or Dracula. When a rule or effect refers to either hunter or Dracula, unless otherwise stated here or in the rules reference, it is referring to both the player and the specific character, hunter or Dracula, that player controls. Now it uses a singular article A, but obviously don't take that too literally, or it would contradict the rules previously about how a single player could control multiple characters. But we get the idea. The spirit of the rules are quite there. Object of the game. During Fury of Dracula, the hunters play as a team, and so win or lose together. The hunters are searching for Dracula as he travels through Europe in secret. Dracula's objective is to advance the influence track to Space 13 by creating new vampires and defeating the hunters. The hunter's objective is to find and defeat Dracula before his influence engulfs Europe. A guide for new hunters. Hunters should focus on tracking down and killing Dracula. Doing so takes time and cooperation. During the early part of the game, hunters should use actions to move around the map, hoping to find a location that is on Dracula's trail. Hunters may find it useful to spread out to cover more ground, but most important, while hunters move around during the early part of the game, they should gather as many useful items, events, and ticket tokens as possible, so that when they are closer to finding Dracula's location later in the game, they can efficiently corner him and defeat him. So obviously what it's saying there is you're always looking around, snooping, trying to find Dracula's trail, and therefore eventually him, but gathering as much power, resources as possible earlier is much more ideal, so you're more prepared when you face Dracula. We're now on page 6, and we start with playing the game. Fury of Dracula is played over a series of game rounds. Each round consists of a hunter phase, followed by a Dracula phase. Rounds continue until the game ends. See winning the game on page 9. Hunter phase. Each hunter phase contains both a day and a night. During the day, hunters can move around Europe and search for Dracula. During the night, hunters can investigate and prepare for the upcoming day. First, each hunter performs one action during the day. Then, each hunter performs one action during the night. Players perform actions in numerical order, according to the activation order number that is printed on the upper left corner of each character's sheets. The character sheets tell you the order that the characters play in. That's easy to forget as a rule. There are 7 different actions a hunter can perform. They may also pass, giving up their action. Each hunter reference card provides a brief description of those actions. Hunters perform actions as follows. Alright, it's about to describe the first action, the move action. When hunters perform a move action, they may move their figure on the board to indicate their new location, which must be either a city or a sea zone. See what are locations below. Hunters can only perform move actions during the day. There is no moving around at night. Not so easy to navigate the carriages or wander through paths in the woods, as it were, during the nighttime. What are locations? There are 2 types of locations on the game board: cities and sea zones. So as a point to add to that, this type of game is often, as with this one, a point-to-point movement system rather than being a simple grid or a region by region. There's not boxes to be in, but individual points that can connect in ways that are kind of not symmetrical with each other. It works very well for this, but you're always going from city to city when you're on land, and that's important to remember. Each city has a name and is either a large or small city. Some cities are also ports. Each port is adjacent to a sea zone and has an anchor icon to indicate this. So it's next to sea, but in case that's not clear enough, it also has an anchor showing it's a port city, hence you can get into water from there. And again, large city or small city. Sea zone spaces on the board that are divided by borders. There are spaces on the board. 2 sea zones that show a border are adjacent. So this can be something where it can be tricky for some people, not really, but it's interesting because it's point to point. But then when it comes to sea, it's regions, it's blocks, it's traditional Risk or any other thing where guys are on a map. They're not point to point by region. That's how oceans are in this game, just not land. A hunter may move by road, by railway, or by sea as follows. Road. A hunter can move from one city to an adjacent city. See what are roads and railways below. Railways. When a hunter has a ticket token, they can spend it to move by railway, choosing one of the 2 values on the spent ticket token to determine how many railways can be used to move to a new city. This is described in detail below. And sea. When a hunter is in a port city, they can move to an adjacent sea zone. If a hunter is in a sea zone, they can move to either an adjacent port or an adjacent sea zone. If a hunter is in a sea zone during the day, they must move. If a hunter is in a sea zone during the night, they must pass. So, if you're in the ocean during the day, you're always moving. The boat doesn't stay still in one spot. And at night, you do nothing because it takes up the whole day moving around the ocean, but you're covering more distance because it's a larger distance. Again, the ocean doesn't stand still, though. What are roads and railways? Roads and railways are lines that connect cities to other cities. If two cities are connected by one road, they are adjacent. In this diagram, the two large cities are not adjacent to each other, but are adjacent to the small city, hence point to point. Each railway connects to one city to another city. Hunters can use railways to move greater distances or between cities that are not adjacent. In the diagram, a hunter can move by railway or move between two large cities, even though they are not adjacent. Before I move on with that, the adjacent part had thrown me off at one point. So being connected by a railway doesn't make you adjacent. It's the roads that do. Railways you can think of as not making the two cities adjacent that otherwise weren't, so much as bypassing the rule of adjacency, because obviously adjacency comes up for other issues. Hunter movement example. It is day, and the hunters perform... Oops, sorry, got it mixed up here. Okay, we're good. It is day, and the hunters perform actions in turn order. Lord Goldeming is in Toulouse, and he chooses to move by road. There are several cities adjacent to Toulouse, and I'm so sorry about the pronunciation and my geographical knowledge. And he chooses to move to Barcelona. 2. Dr. Seward is in Marseilles, and he chooses to move by railway. He spends one of his ticket tokens that he has, a 3/2 on it. He chooses to move to Cologne, which is 3 railways away. 3. Van Helsing is in Genoa, which is a port. He chooses to move by sea, so he moves to the Tyrrhenian Sea. 4. Mina Harker had moved from the Mediterranean Sea to the Tyrrhenian Sea during the previous hunter phase. During this day, she must move by sea. She chooses to move to the adjacent port city of Rome. So she didn't move another ocean by ocean. She instead, took dock. She anchored up and went to Rome. I think it's my first video of this sort, and I'm a bit flustered. I forgot to mention just how much, in case you haven't played this game already, this game is wonderful. As a side note commentary here, I love it. I've played so many hidden movement games, and I started to lose favor with them. Even though I still love them, I found that they were in many ways problematic, sometimes too boring for the hunters or the people chasing, and more fun for the person hiding. This game is such an exception to that, and at first, even though I was scared away with it because I thought if I had a hidden movement game, I would want one that was more of the streamlined variety. Lords of Waterdeep is more streamlined compared to this, arguably. Perhaps not as much as people think though. But this game completely shattered my expectations. Nothing is perfect, but I have rarely found such an immersive, fun, amazing thematic game, hidden movement or not. Enough commentary about how great this game is. Let's continue. More actions you can do. That was movement and the options you have. Supply action. To prepare for the deadly and inevitable confrontation with the Count, the hunters need to gather supplies by drawing item and event cards. When a hunter performs a supply action in a large city, they draw the top item card from the item deck and place it in their hand. If a hunter is in a small city, they do not draw an item card. That's, again, just to emphasize, that's the big advantage of large cities. You also get the item card when you are supplying up. There are event cards as well are drawn, and these are drawn in large or small cities, but they are different during the day and the night, as follows. Day. During the day, hunters take a card from the top of the event deck. If the top card of the event deck has a hunter icon, the hunter draws the card and places it in their hand. If the top card of the event deck has a Dracula icon, the card is placed face down in the discard pile, and the hunter does not draw another card. So if it's daytime, top card is that hunter icon, that's good, you got a hunter event. Top card is the Dracula icon, well, you didn't get an event, but you discarded that one that would otherwise be good for Dracula. But at nighttime, during the night, hunters take a card from the bottom of the event deck. If the event card on the bottom of the deck has a hunter icon, the hunter draws the card and places it in their hand. If the event card on the bottom of the deck has a Dracula icon, Dracula takes the card and places it in his hand. So that's part of supplying and investigating, perusing the city at night. When you get the event card, it might help you or might add to Dracula's power, representing his prowling around, his spies moving about and gathering resources, etc., and knowledge for him. Certainly thematic. And again, perhaps your most risky venture is supplying up in the small town at night, because you won't get the item. And again, you might get the Dracula event card. The next action is the rest action. When a hunter performs a rest action, they recover 1 damage. Pretty simple. Simpler than Eldritch Horror even. And you'll note that much of the rules that comprise the map, movement, and navigation of Fury of Dracula 3rd and 4th edition will be reminiscent of much of Eldritch Horror, but slightly simplified. And that's not a coincidence, and I also think it's largely a good thing. They took winning designs and they implemented it for a way that works well for this game. The next action is the trade action. When hunters perform a trade action, they choose another hunter in the same city as them. The hunters can show each other their item and tickets and ticket tokens, but not their event cards, and give any of those item cards and tokens to each other. This exchange is private. See Table Talk on page 11. So when the hunters perform a trade action, they are, exchanging items and tickets with each other. And as long as they don't go over their limits, they can exchange multiple things and give each other multiple things, as long as they each agree to the trade, of course. The next action, reserve a ticket action. To move by railway, hunters need to reserve tickets. When a hunter performs a reserve a ticket action, they take a ticket token from the token pool, looking at it before placing it in their play area. Each hunter can have no more than 2 ticket tokens. That is the rule. It is a hard and fast rule, but like many Amerithrash and greatly wonderful thematic games, you could easily try out variants that seem happy for you if you find it's too hard for the hunters. Simply not having that rule and letting hunters go crazy with ticket tokens, even though it might seem absurd. Perhaps that's a variant to try, but I wouldn't start with that. Start with the rules as they are. The next action is the search action. Dracula has the ability to hide encounter cards at locations he has visited. Hunters can use the search action to reveal and interact with those cards. This is explained in more detail later. We have an aside here that says about delayed. Some game effects will cause a hunter to become delayed. When delayed, the hunter places their figure on its side and the turn immediately ends. Then instead of performing their next action, the hunter must stand their figure upright and the hunter is no longer delayed, basically losing an action. Special action. When hunters perform a special action, they resolve either an effect from a card in their hand or an ability from their character sheet that specifies it can be used as an action. So those we just went over are a pretty good description and synopsis of the basic actions that the hunters can each do. They each do one during the day, one during the night. Things are a little bit different during the day versus night when it comes to sea travel, when it comes to supply, and when it comes to travel. But other than that, pretty straightforward, pretty simple, and the reference cards remind you of all of these things as well. Now we have the Dracula phase. Dracula phase. After each hunter has finished performing a night action, the Dracula phase begins. During the Dracula phase, Dracula leaves misery in his wake as he recruits supporters, creates vampires, and warps the forces of nature. During each Dracula phase, Dracula moves and then places an encounter card at his new location. Dracula cannot pass. Now, in encounter cards, again, encounter cards, that's funny. They're different from location cards. Location cards show where he was or where he is when you're first placing them, and they always have to be put down unless there's something else that doesn't make them required, that gets rid of their requirement. Encounter cards are more like traps or seeds that Dracula wants to plant in the form of new vampires, or traps that he hopes the hunters run into as they bump into his trail. Moving. Dracula can move by road and by sea, but he cannot move by railway. Instead of moving his figure on the board like hunters, Dracula tracks his movement by placing location cards face down on the trail. Dracula's location deck has one location card for each city or sea location on the board, as well as Castle Dracula. This deck of location cards, it's so important that you know that it's good to keep them in their alphabetical order, which is also how they're listed with the associated number, numerical order, because they're never drawn randomly. Dracula's always picking where to go next from the options of what is adjacent or available to move to. Therefore, you don't need to shuffle this location deck, and you probably shouldn't, but you will keep it hidden so that the hunters don't know what you're selecting from it. To move, Dracula slides all cards already on the trail one space to the right. See Dracula movement example on page 9. Then he secretly chooses one card from the location deck and places the selected card face down on the first space of the trail. The location on the card he chooses must be adjacent to his current location. Dracula can use the reference map and location cards to help him determine his movement possibilities, remembering that he's only able to travel by road or by sea. In case they don't emphasize it more later, Dracula cannot move by rail. Some people joke that he's superstitious or whatnot, but let's have a short, even shorter than before, aside about the theme and fluff and canon. This doesn't go by modern movie versions of Dracula. This is Dracula in the novel, which, again, he has vulnerabilities. Some is that it's about his own earth and soil of Transylvania being under him. He literally ships out, or has shipped, dirt from Transylvania because it helps him heal. He needs it to truly rest, etc. Earth being underneath him and around him is a big part of his own comfort and well-being, which is why later you'll learn that sea travel isn't always so easy, but train is nearly impossible for that reason and because it leaves him vulnerable. He's just there in a passenger car, not in a carriage that he's in charge of. So that's an important distinction. Also, thematically, since Dracula will be getting injured and hurt when he's fighting with the hunters, if they're doing their job and hurting him, people might be tempted to say, well, that's silly because can't Dracula just heal up? He is a vampire. But I would note that from what I've read of the book and remember, and other sources, Dracula doesn't actually have super healing abilities. Sometimes when he gets really good blood, he can heal better, it seems. But in general, he has super strength, and he has super toughness, so it's harder to hurt him. But once you do hurt him, it's not like Wolverine, like most vampire movies, where it instantly closes up the wound. No, he actually starts bleeding and keeps bleeding because even though he's tough to hurt, you actually can wear him down with injuries and then take him down. So that is true to the book. And I think it's cool that they kept it that way, even though, again, he is super strong. All right, what is the trail? Moving on. The trail has 6 spaces and represents the locations where Dracula is and has been. Dracula uses the trail to covertly track his movement and to place encounter cards, which allow him to create vampires and hinder the hunters' attempts to find him. The first space on the trail corresponds to Dracula's current location and is also where Dracula places location cards and encounter cards during the Dracula phase. Unless Dracula is revealed, his figure occupies the circle above the first space of the trail because that's the card you had recently put down representing where he currently is. Each space on the trail can contain one of Dracula's hideouts, a place where he was or is currently hiding. A hideout comprises all cards and tokens on one of the trail spaces. This is typically a location card and an encounter card. During each Dracula phase, before Dracula chooses a location card, all hideouts on the trail slide to create a space for Dracula. So 1 moves to 2, 2 moves to 3, etc. And space 6, which I think is the last space, the final space, slides off the board like a snail or a snake slithering. And obviously, 5 turns away from where he was is number 5 cards, because number 1 is always where he was. The logic of it should make sense, but it becomes so intuitive when you see it happening. It's weirdly satisfying to watch happening, whether you're a vampire or a hunter. Each hideout slides 1 space, following the direction of the arrows. I would note as well that when you are Dracula and you are remembering where you were, later people will have a chance to search and explore or bump into a space on your trail. And again, it'll be your responsibility to make sure you tell them when they're on your spot on the trail, a space that you've been in the last 6 turns or whatever the trail is. And therefore, you have to know. But it can be goofy or silly or cumbersome to always check all 6 cards in case you don't have a great memory. What I find is good to do, if you want to really upgrade, is create a screen, almost like a Dungeons & Dragons screen, around your small reference map. And then get wooden cubes or plastic cubes. I get small red plastic cubes of the variety you might find in a Euro game, but smaller than that, the really little plastic red cubes, and then place them down on the reference board so only you can see. That way you can see a literal trail right in front of you without even checking your cards constantly whenever you think they might be on that city. It requires a couple more things, including a Dungeon Master type screen or just a unfolded board or large book, and it requires small little plastic cubes or gems or whatever fit on that reference map. In my case, I got them from the Board Game Geek store. Works really, really well. So, just a possible upgrade suggestion, but if your memory is half decent or you don't mind checking the trail cards pretty often, it's really not an issue. So that's a little information we had there on the trail. Moving on to C location cards. C location cards have a different card back from the city location cards, which makes it dangerous for Dracula to move by sea, because his location card will alert the hunters that he has done so. They'll see the blue back and know it's no longer the brown or orange back of land. Dracula just went into the ocean. But it's also more than that. Additionally, each time Dracula moves from a port to a sea zone, he suffers 2 damage. It's 2 damage just getting in the water. Then each time Dracula moves from a sea zone to another sea zone, he suffers 1 damage. He doesn't stop suffering this required damage from movement until he makes that movement onto a port and gets on land again. Yeah, and if Dracula moves to a city that a hunter occupies, Dracula is revealed, and the location card is turned face up. Revealing Dracula on page 12 gives more detail. Placing an encounter card. After Dracula moves, he chooses an encounter card from his hand and places it face down on top of his location card on the first space of the trail. However, if Dracula placed a C location or Castle Dracula on the trail this turn, or he is currently revealed, he cannot place an encounter card. So in general, for the most part, you are placing, as Dracula, location card down, then on top of it, encounter. But if you're in the ocean, or Castle Dracula, or you're revealed and the location cards face up, you're in that city where a hunter has found you, then there is not an encounter card. Important exceptions. Placing an encounter card. After Dracula moves, he chooses an encounter card from his hand and places it face down on top of the location card on the first space of the trail. However, if Dracula places a C location or a Castle Dracula, I just read this part, I'm so sorry. It felt new to me. Or Castle Dracula on the trail this turn, he is currently revealed, he cannot place an encounter card. We know that part so well now. I am so sorry. Encounter cards will allow Dracula to impede the hunters in various ways by laying traps and creating vampires. If Dracula ever has fewer than 5 encounter cards in his hand, he draws encounter cards until he has 5 cards. If Dracula ever has fewer than 5 encounter cards, he draws up to 5, laying down traps and new baby vampires. Dracula movement example. Dracula started the game in Nantes, moved to Clermont-Ferrand during the second day, and is now in Bordeaux. Since the Nantes and Clermont-Ferrand cards are already on the trail, Dracula's movement options are limited to Toulouse, Santander, and the North Atlantic. So with the basic rules, without having other things you'll find out about, such as layers and other special cards, just going with the hideouts, which are the basic movement-to-movement places of Dracula, you can't backtrack right away because that location card is already on the board, and therefore you literally couldn't put down a second copy of the same location because there is literally only one of each location. So if you were just in Barcelona, you can't go back to Barcelona the next turn or even the next turn after that. Not with these regular basic rules, at least. Continuing, he slides all of the hideouts on the trail 1 space. He cannot move to Paris or Saragossa, as they are not considered adjacent, having only railways and no roads connecting them to Bordeaux. He chooses to move to Santander and removes that card from the location deck. Then he places Santander in the first space of the trail. Finally, he chooses an encounter card from his hand and places it on top of Santander. So that was an example there. Now we have for Dracula, winning the game. Dracula wins the game by advancing the influence track to space 13. He can advance the influence track in several ways as follows. Maturing a vampire. So this involves maturing a vampire encounter card, which advances the influence track by a number of spaces specified on that card. The next is by resolving the Fangs combat card against a mesmerized hunter. This advances the influence track by 1, and I think it says as much on the card as well. The third way, defeating a hunter advances the influence track by 2, plus 1 for each despair token on the board. So as time goes along and there's more despair, defeating hunters, which is basically KOing them, will have an increasingly powerful effect on raising his influence track, his victory points track, which he needs to get to 13 before he's killed. The hunters win the game if Dracula has 15 damage tokens on his character sheet, thereby defeating him. 15 is his life points. We all wondered exactly how tough Dracula is. Turns out the scientific answer is exactly 15 life points, 15 hit points of damage. Additional rules. This section provides additional rules required to play Fury of Dracula. For further clarification or specific game effect interactions not covered here, see the rules reference. Dawn and dusk. During the hunter phase, dawn occurs before day and after the end of the Dracula phase. And again, the Dracula phase is after day and night, so it's pretty logical. And dusk occurs before the night phase, and the hunters perform their night action. So it's before the night phase and the hunters doing their night stuff. Again, logical. During dawn and dusk, players advance time and then fight Dracula if he is revealed. See Revealing Dracula on page 12. The time track has both day and night spaces. As at dawn, the time marker advances from a night space to a day space, and at dusk, the time marker advances from a day space to a night space. Also intuitive. Each day and night space has an abbreviation for a day of the week, Monday, MON, etc. When the time tracker advances from Sunday night to Monday day, a week has passed. To investigate this, players place a despair token on one of the 3 spaces in the center of the time track. Looks like a third of a face. There's a small graphic on the track to remind players to do this. The graphic shows at the end of each week, add a despair token, and of course, as we saw before, the despair tokens, the more there are, the more growing Dracula's power and therefore urgency to kill him, including every defeat of a hunter, does more influence and helps Dracula more. Now, despair tokens represent Dracula's creeping influence over the unsuspecting citizens. Now, I know what they mean by that, and you know what they mean, but I never quite liked that sentence. I always wish they had changed it, because you can't say despair represents his growing influence when there's also separately an influence track. And I just say it, influences his total amount of influence he's done, whereas despair represents how influential every action he does is, I suppose. I'm nitpicking. I think that's funny or interesting. You would like me to just continue. You're right. These tokens have an effect over how much the influence track is advanced when hunters are defeated. See Dracula's Rage ability on his character sheet. Luckily, that rule, just like several others, are reminded in the form of little bits here and there, such as the Rage ability on his character sheet shows how defeating hunters does more with more despair tokens. Additionally, Dracula's The Fury of Dracula ability on his character sheet triggers after all 3 despair tokens are placed on the board, and the number of despair tokens has an effect on how Dracula can play combat cards. See Dracula's Pride ability on his character sheet and combat on page 12. Event and item cards. Event cards provide both hunters and Dracula with helpful effects and allies. Item cards provide hunters with useful assets that are most commonly used in combat with Dracula. Event cards. After a player draws an event card, they must read the card to determine when it is resolved. The top of each event card contains timing text that indicates when the card can be played. Some cards need to be played immediately, while other cards can be used later at specific times. It gives the example of one saying, play immediately or at dawn or dusk. Thus that one gives you a choice. Timing text. To play an event card, a player reads the text on the card and resolves the described effect. Then the player places that event card face up in the event discard pile. Event cards can have multiple effects, and players must decide which effect to use when playing the card. Some of the cards can be played as an ally. Those cards have an ally effect at the bottom of the card. When a hunter card is played as an ally, it is placed in the ally slot on the board. When a Dracula card is played as an ally, Dracula places that card face up in his play area. There can only be one hunter ally in play at a time. If a hunter chooses to use the ally effect on an event card and there is already an ally in play, the old ally is replaced with the new one. Similarly, Dracula can only have one ally in play at a time. When an ally is removed from play, it is placed face up in the event discard pile, and you'll note that it doesn't say one ally for each hunter. It says one ally for the hunters, like one hunter ally in play and one Dracula ally in play. So unless that's worded crazily misleadingly, then it's pretty clear that there's one for each side at most. Item cards. When a hunter draws an item card, they take the top card from the item deck and place it in their hand. Most hunter cards can only be used in combat. See combat on page 12. These cards can they each contain a banner. Combat cards contain a banner. Item cards without a banner describe when they can be played. So look for that banner to know that it's an item card that can be played during combat. In fact, that's when it is supposed to be played. If a hunter is already at their hand limit, see what are hand limits on the next page. When drawing item cards, they immediately discard down to their hand limit after drawing. Pretty standard issue. If your hand limit is whatever it is, draw one past that, then get rid of one from your hand so you're at your hand limit after the draw. What are hand limits? Each hunter sheet has 2 card slots, one at the top that is used for item cards, and one at the bottom that is used for event cards. Most hunters have a hand limit of 3 for each card type, item, and event card, which is depicted by a hand limit icon on their character sheet in the card types slot. So again, it shows you what the hand limit is, this little icon there with the at the top of it shows the item cards, it's where you put them. The bottom is for event cards, and it tells you for your character how many you can have at maximum. Hunters can place their character on these slots. If they don't, Hunters can place their cards on these slots if they don't want to hold them in their hands. This is helpful for players who need to manage multiple hands when controlling more than one hunter. Dracula has a hand limit of 4 event cards, which is shown in the event card slot on the bottom of his character sheet. He does not have a hand limit for encounter cards. Instead, he has a minimum size of 5. See, placing an encounter card on page 8. So we knew that Dracula, with his unique encounter cards, has a minimum of 5, but not a limit. But now we also know that because he can get event cards, especially during night, when hunters are supplying, he can get event cards, but he has a maximum of 4 for himself. They point out about how it can be useful to put the item cards into these noted stacks to keep track, so you don't have to hold all of them, especially if you're controlling more than one hunter. Let's say it's 2 hunters versus 1 Dracula. You're controlling 2 players, each hunter, that is. I bought from, what's that website called? Etsy. From Deluxe Board Gamer. Her name has Deluxe in it, and she does 3D printings and modifications for these dashboards for a number of games, including Fury of Dracula. And they're unique for each character, since different characters have different amounts. And they're wonderful. They literally hold up the cards so you can see them at the angle. For many games, it may not be worth it to get these expensive upgraded 3D printout cards, but if you really want to go all out, or you play this often 1 versus 1, I highly recommend and am happy to plug that purchase. I get no commission from that. Up next, if any deck runs out of cards, its respective discard pile is shuffled to create a new deck, being sure to keep any face-down cards face down as you shuffle. Up next, ticket tokens. Ticket tokens allow a hunter to move by railway. A hunter gains ticket tokens for performing a reserve ticket action. Oh, that's how they gain them, rather. To move by railway, a hunter must spend 1 of their ticket tokens by revealing its face upside. Then the hunter moves using one of the values on the ticket token before returning it face down to their token pool. When moving, a hunter can use a white railway or a yellow railway or a combination of both colors. Ticket tokens have white and yellow values, which determine how many railways a hunter can use to move to a new city. If a hunter moves using only white railways, they must be using the white value on the ticket token to determine the maximum distance they can move. If the hunter moves using only yellow railways or a combination of white and yellow railways, they must use the yellow values on the ticket tokens to determine the maximum distance they can move. If a ticket token does not have a yellow number, it cannot be used to move. If it does not have a yellow number, it just can't move on yellow railways at all. So white is better. Oh God, I hate saying that. White ticket tokens are better because they're more Western Europe, which had more advanced developed railways, and yellow was more Eastern Europe, which was the opposite. So if you move only in the white cities or white railways, you use the white one. If only yellow, use the yellow one. If it's a mix, you must use the yellow number. And if it only shows a white value, then you can only use it for white railways. That makes it sound more complex than it is, but hopefully it makes sense. Also, there's a little bit of controversy online regarding whether or not this meant you had to move the exact amount or simply up to the number of spaces. If you get a determination from designers elsewhere otherwise, correct me if this has been pointed out elsewhere. But I say because it says maximum amount, and just thematically you can get off at train stops, it is up to, it doesn't have to be exactly the amount. But that's quoting me, not the designer of the game. Maturing encounters. During the Dracula phase, all hideouts on the trail slide to create a space for Dracula to place a new card. If there are 6 hideouts on the trail when this happens, the hideout on the 6th space is matured. When Dracula matures a hideout, he may resolve the matured effect on that hideout's encounter card, if applicable, and discard the card. Then, Dracula returns the location card from the hideout to the location deck. Unless otherwise specified by a card effect, the location is not revealed. Maturing. The bottom of some encounter cards have a red section that has a matured effect. If a hideout is removed from the trail during the Dracula phase, Dracula may mature any of the encounter cards in that hideout by resolving the text in the matured effect section on these cards. Vampire encounters. There are 3 encounter cards that contain the word vampire. And I think these are 3 types, not just 3 single cards, because I think there's multiples of each. There is New Vampire, Aristocratic Vampire, and Reckless Vampire. These encounters are called vampire encounters. These cards have a matured effect that, when resolved, advances the influence track. The matured effect on a vampire encounter card will instruct Dracula to clear a specific hideout on the trail. When a hideout is cleared, all location cards in that hideout are returned to the location deck. All encounter cards in that hideout are discarded without resolving any of their matured effects, and all tokens in that hideout are placed back in their respective token pool. Table talk. During the game, players can talk with one another and share information about the cards in their hands. However, all communication must be open and in the presence of Dracula. If hunters share cards with one another, they must share these cards with Dracula as well. When a hunter performs a trade action, both hunters who are part of that trade action can trade item cards and ticket tokens in secret and communicate in private without Dracula seeing those cards and tokens or hearing that conversation. This is powerful because it gives an extra level of value to trading. It's the only time you can be really secret from Dracula. Otherwise, it creates a really interesting new element of tension, because essentially, the more you collaborate and cooperate in a conscious way, the more Dracula could potentially benefit from it, maybe, depending on what it is. Or maybe you can bluff and say things to each other and even lie to your friends in order to throw Dracula off, but also thematically represents his psychic abilities, his connection with Mina, and the fact that he has spies everywhere and is extremely intuitive. Very, very cool. Up next is Finding the Trail. After a hunter ends their movement on a city, Dracula must check all of the cards on the trail. If that location is a hideout on his trail, Dracula reveals the location card from the hideout by flipping it face up. The revealed location card remains face up until it is returned to Dracula's location deck. So that's when you find it. And that's after ending a movement, so it doesn't say that it would happen simply by skipping through that city, say on a railway where the hunter didn't stop on the city, just passed through it. Ambushing. After a hunter ends their movement on a hideout that has one or more encounter cards in it, Dracula can choose to ambush that hunter. The ambush must happen immediately after the hunter moves or is moved into the city. Dracula cannot ambush at any other time. To ambush, Dracula chooses an encounter card in that hideout, then reveals and resolves the card's effect, ignoring the matured effect. After he resolves the card, unless otherwise specified, it is discarded without further effect. If Dracula chooses not to ambush, the encounter card remains as part of the hideout, and Dracula may ambush in the future when a hunter ends their movement on that location again. Search action. If Dracula does not ambush a hunter, it may be because he is hoping to mature newly created vampires. When a hunter is on a location with an encounter card, they may perform a search action to resolve all of the encounter effects on those cards in whatever order the human chooses, ignoring the matured effect. Now, it can be confusing strategically when it is wise for Dracula to ambush with the vampire versus not ambushing and waiting for it to mature, or to not ambush with a trap type card that can't even mature or matures in a different way versus letting the humans search. Part of this is the psychology of thinking, do I think if I don't ambush that they'll just go anyway, in which case I should wait to make the hunter lose more time, or to bluff them into thinking it's a matured vampire by not springing the trap. However, it can be extra on the other side of it. If you have an encounter to spring and it's a trap, it might be especially good to spring it, especially if it can hurt the hunters, and especially if you don't think they'll stop and wait otherwise. So there's a push and pull there. There's a psychology of guessing, is the poison in this cup or that cup? And you can look online for interesting strategies to guess when Dracula will mature versus not mature, and when he should, and when the hunters will search or not search after not having been ambushed by the encounter card. Revealing Dracula. If either a hunter ends their movement on the city where Dracula is located, the location card on the first space of the trail, or if Dracula moves to the same city as a hunter, Dracula is revealed. When Dracula is revealed, the city card corresponding to the current location is turned face up, and Dracula's figure, his figure, is placed on the board on that city. Then a combat occurs during the next dawn or dusk, whichever comes next. Dracula cannot be revealed while he is on a sea zone. In this game, there will be no circumstances where two boats are bumping into each other or finding each other out at sea. Every boat is considered private, so there's no combat or running into Dracula out at sea, even though he's getting hurt slowly by the water. However, what this is saying about revealing Dracula and all that it was saying about dawn versus dusk, there are other elements that are important to this that come with it as well. There's other little nuances that are affected by this. But the main thing about it, the main thing you need to know, especially when you're first learning, is all it really means is that if one of the hunters, while moving, bumps into Dracula, the rest of the hunters who haven't gone yet for that day phase get to do their action before the combat happens. And likewise, if one of the hunters bumps into Dracula at night, all the hunters who haven't gone yet that night get to do their nighttime action before the combat happens. And all this really does is give another chance for all the hunters to try to get over to the battle or a little closer to circling the battle and making it harder for Dracula to escape the battle before it happens. That's all it really means. And thematically it makes sense because dawn and dusk for fighting Dracula. So, if a hunter is on the same city as Dracula at dawn or dusk, and only at those times, combat occurs. So normally nothing's really happening during dawn or dusk except for changing from day to night or night to day and then moving to the next day. But if you're in the same city as Dracula, one or more hunters are, then a combat happens. Before combat begins, the hunter takes one each of the dodge, punch, and escape cards from the hunter combat card piles and adds them to their hand of item cards. These cards do not count toward their hand limit. Then Dracula shuffles the Dracula combat deck and draws 5 cards from it to use during the combat. Please resolve a combat using the following steps. So this is important to note because just like item cards that can be used in combat, dodge, punch, and escape have red banners, meaning they can be played by the hunters as part of combat. But they'll have the same backs as item cards. That way, when you have them together with item cards, since you could play either one of these basic cards, such as dodge or punch, or you could play an item card, that way Dracula won't know if you're playing an item or a basic card. And likewise, Dracula's combat deck is one more deck in the game. There's many decks of cards in the game, but once you're playing, you find it's much less overwhelming than you would expect, much more simple. And he shuffles it up, draws 5 from it, 5 fresh ones. These don't persist, after the combat is over. That he would get a new fresh hand with a new combat. So he draws these 5, and then the combat happens with the following steps. 1. Choose combat cards. Each player chooses 1 card from their hand and places it face down in the play area. The hunter must choose one of their cards that has a banner. This includes item cards with a red banner or combat cards, punch, dodge, and escape, with a yellow banner. So either way, it's got to have a banner. I think I misspoke before. It's just the banner. It means it's combat card. So number 1, we pick combat cards. And again, Dracula has his deck. Number 2, reveal combat cards. Both players simultaneously reveal their chosen cards. Number 3, compare combat icons. The players check if the combat icon on Dracula's card matches a highlighted combat icon on the banner of the hunter's card. If it does, the effect on Dracula's revealed card is cancelled. Dracula then flips the card face down, and it remains in play until the combat ends. So, summing that up, if you're Dracula, you would prefer to play a combat card with a symbol that you don't think they will match, and you think they won't think to match. If you're a hunter, you're trying to think, what will Dracula play, knowing that he also knows this. And therefore, cards that also have more total symbols on them are more powerful in this way because they have more types of Dracula cards that they can potentially cancel. So after revealing the combat cards, the next thing is just seeing if you cancel Dracula's card altogether. It might not happen, but if it does, it'll give you a boost. Step 4. Resolve Dracula's effect. If Dracula's revealed combat card was not cancelled, Dracula resolves the effect on the card. He then flips the card face down, and it remains in play until the combat ends. Note that Dracula's Pride ability on his character sheet restricts when he can play Escape as Mist and Escape as Bat combat cards. So Dracula eventually wants to escape. He's tough, he can fight, but he knows that the hunters, whether they get KO'd or not, they're going to wear him down. And since he's moving all around without Transylvania dirt under him, healing's not so easy. So he would rather escape if possible. But his Pride ability makes it so that it gets harder for him to escape the more he's further along with his quest because of his vanity, if you will, which sounds like is called an ability, but really is a handicap for him. Excuse me. Step 5, resolve Hunter's effect. If the Hunter card was not cancelled by resolving Dracula's card, the Hunter resolves the effect on their card and it remains in the play area. Now, this is important because it's not that if you don't cancel Dracula's card, it automatically cancels the Hunter's card. No, they could both be resolved. It's just that the Dracula card may have as its effect canceling the Hunter card. So if you didn't cancel Dracula's card, it does its effect, ends up canceling hunters. Sometimes, depending on what the card is. So that was step 5, resolve the hunter's effect. Step 6, refresh hand. If Dracula has less than 5 cards in his hand, Dracula draws the top card of the Dracula combat deck. During each subsequent round, the combat card the hunter played during the previous round is returned to their hand. Players continue resolving combat rounds until combat ends in one of the following ways. So before I say them, I'm going to say that last sentence should have been in bold because this threw me off, it confused me, and sure, I'm thick-headed and all that. Other people get it easy. But what it says is that you get the card back from the last round is just basically saying every card you play that isn't a discard card, because many cards such as a weapon like an axe or whatever won't be discarded by being used, you just use it, but it comes back to your hand. But they're saying you can't use it 2 rounds in a row. You can't play, say, the axe. I don't even know if that's a card, but let's say the axe. You can't play the axe 1 round that you're fighting Dracula, and he plays his card. Then the next round, play an axe again. It's like you have to give the axe a refresh. It's almost like it has a cooldown, like in some game like Diablo or World of Warcraft, Diablo 3. So items and any combat card that hunters play have a cooldown of 1 round buffer so that you cannot play the same card over and over again without breaks in the same battle. Alright, so players continue resolving combat rounds until combat ends in one of the following ways. First, Dracula has played 6 combat cards after the effects of all combat cards are resolved. So eventually, Dracula just gets an automatic out. 6 combat cards are played, the battle is over. 6 of Dracula's. The second one, Dracula has won the game by advancing the influence track to space 13. That also ends the combat. The next one, the hunters win the game by defeating Dracula. They got him to 15 wounds. He's been killed. He's done. They put a stake through him, chopped off his head, burned everything else, and put holy water over the ashes. He's dead. The next one, all hunters involved in the combat are bitten, defeated, and /or have escaped. It just says or, but if they're all gone from the battle, or have been defeated, they've been knocked out, or have been bitten, which is not quite the same thing, then the battle is over. Then up next, Dracula satisfies the conditions of his pride ability. And again, the pride ability makes it so that he can't escape too fast, especially as time goes. Dracula satisfies the conditions of his pride ability, and then plays and resolves. Either escape as bat, or escape as mist. And again, the plays and resolves is important because it might not get resolved if the hunters had played a card that neutralized it, that canceled the Dracula card. So he might try to escape, but instead of the Dracula escaping successfully, they shot him or something. You know, that can happen all the time. So you're also trying to guess at what moment Dracula will try to escape. This subsection here says multiple hunters in combat. Although the above rules are written with only 1 hunter in combat, multiple hunters can be in the same combat with Dracula. If there are multiple hunters in Dracula's current location, each hunter chooses a card. Then, before cards are revealed, Dracula chooses 1 hunter to be the engaged hunter, the one he's fighting. Only that hunter can block Dracula's combat card, try to neutralize it with the same symbol. And only that hunter is affected if Dracula's card is not blocked, meaning they only take the brunt, the punishment, the damage, or the effect of Dracula's card if it's not blocked. Then all of the hunter's cards are resolved. See combat glossary entry and rules reference for additional information. So this is huge because even though spreading out is useful and good for getting more territory, having a better chance of tracking down Dracula. If more than one hunter are fighting Dracula at a time, whoever Dracula chooses to not be engaged with, that hunter basically just gets free shots at Dracula. Free shots that he can't automatically or easily respond or block, just free hits. So that is really useful to have more than one hunter in combat with Dracula. After the combat ends, each hunter in the combat places their combat cards, dodge, punch, and escape, back in the combat card piles near the board. They only take those out for combat. Dracula shuffles all of the Dracula combat cards into his deck. He doesn't keep a persistent discard pile. He just shuffles the whole thing. And if he escapes, his figure is placed back in the red circle above the first space on the trail. Damage. Each time a hunter or Dracula suffers damage, they take a number of damage tokens from the token pool, equal to the amount of damage suffered, and place them on their character sheet. If a hunter or Dracula recover damage, recover damage, they remove a number of damage tokens from their character sheet equal to the number of damage recovered and return them to the token pool, or just make a pile next to your people, whatever's easiest. It's pretty standard issue hit points. If the total value of damage tokens on the character sheet equals or exceeds the character's health value, that character is defeated. When a hunter is defeated, their figure is immediately removed from the board, and the influence track is immediately advanced 2 spaces, plus the number of despair tokens on the time track, as described by Dracula's rage ability on his character sheet. So again, if you defeat the hunter, it's 2, plus if despair is at level 2, it's 2 plus 2, it's 4. 4 influence is a big win for Dracula. Then at dawn, the hunter's figure is placed on the nearest hospital location. These locations are marked by a double icon. See special locations on page 14. Then the hunter discards all of their event and item cards and returns all damage, bite, and ticket tokens to the token pool. If Dracula has been defeated, though, the hunters win the game because, again, they burnt his body in holy water and stuff. So, bitten hunters. When a hunter is bitten, they place a bite token on a bite space on their character sheet. If there are one or more bite tokens on a character sheet, they are weakened. A weakened hunter must keep 1 event card and 1 item card revealed. Since Mina is permanently weakened, she always keeps an event card and an item card revealed, so 1 from each of her hand is revealed because she's weakened. And same thing with other characters. The card gets flipped around, Dracula can always see it because there's a little bit of psychic connection. Revealed item and event cards are placed on the item and event card slots on the top and bottom of each character sheet. See what are hand limits on page 11. These revealed item cards are hidden during combat because you take back your full hand, so they don't stay revealed during combat. Otherwise, you basically could never play that because you would know. If a hunter is bitten but has no space to place a bite token, they are defeated. Therefore, Mina is defeated when she receives her first bite token, while Van Helsing is defeated when he receives his 3rd bite token. So, what's important there as well is that it doesn't specifically say, but in order to be bitten, a couple things have to happen. There's not just a single combat card for bite. For bite to work, first the hunter has to be mesmerized, which is another combat card. So Dracula has to successfully mesmerize them. Make sure his mesmerize doesn't get blocked or neutralized because of the hunter's cards or abilities. And then after successfully mesmerizing them, successfully play a bite combat card, which he's counting on also drawing in his 5 plus cards during combat, and counting on it not being blocked because the hunters are looking for a bite card to be played they're expecting it if Dracula mesmerized that hunter during that same combat. It has to happen within a single combat that Dracula mesmerizes a hunter, and then later in that combat, in a later round, bites them. But it's a good way to bluff them. You could mesmerize them, then they're expecting a bite. But instead of biting, you do some other devious attack. You can be very crafty as Dracula, naturally. Combat example. During the second week, Dracula and Mina are in the same location at dusk, so a combat occurs. Dracula draws 5 cards from his combat deck, and Mina takes the 3 hunter combat cards, as well as her 1 revealed item card. See Bitten Hunters above, and adds them to her hand of item cards. Since it is the second week of the game, there's only 1 despair token on the board. If Dracula wishes to escape, he will have to wait until at least round 3 to play an escape card. None of the icons on the punch cards banner match the icons on claws, so it resolves. Claws resolves. It is night, so Mina suffers damage. Then Dracula flips claws face down, and Mina resolves punch, which causes Dracula to suffer 1 damage. No one was defeated, so combat continues. Dracula draws 1 combat card from his combat deck, and Mina leaves punch face up in front of her. This time, they play their cards, and one of the icons matches strength. So, it is cancelled and flips face down. Mina then resolves the rest of her card, which she played, which is dodge, which has no effect. It just successfully neutralized strength because of the matching icon. Dracula draws 1 combat card from his deck. Mina leaves dodge face up in front of her and takes punch back. It's been above her round. She can get that combat card back. There are no matching icons, and Dracula satisfies the pride ability on his character sheet. So, he reveals his card, causing combat to end immediately before Mina can resolve her pistol. So, the pistol wouldn't prevent the escape as missed, doesn't have a matching icon, and escape as missed lets him get on out of there before she can even shoot her pistol. And since it's been enough rounds for his pride, he's able to get out of combat. Up next, fighting Dracula's vampires. If during a search action, the hunter is instructed to fight the vampire, a combat occurs. When fighting a vampire, players use the same rules for combat as they would in a combat with Dracula, and Dracula controls his vampires. Each vampire has a health value printed on its card. When a vampire suffers damage, players follow the same rules used when either a hunter or Dracula suffers damage, placing damage tokens on the encounter card instead of a character sheet. If the total value of damage tokens on the encounter card equals or exceeds the vampire's health value, it is defeated and its encounter card is discarded. If a vampire is still alive after a combat ends, any damage that vampire suffers stays on its card, and the card is returned face up to its hideout. Dracula cannot play escape cards for his vampires until he has 3 combat cards in play, regardless of how many despair tokens are on the board. Furthermore, even though they play the same way in combat, his vampires have much less health. I think like 2, 3, or 4, something like that. I'd also note that, not relating to combat with them, but those same vampires, when you mature them, in the 3rd edition, I'm to understand that for the aristocrat vampire, the actual amount that was intended for how much influence they gain when maturing them was written 1 too high on the card, and it was meant to be 1 less. So I think it was written as 5, but meant to be 4, written as 4, meant to be 3, something like that. But let's double check that. Perhaps I'll put in the comments, or someone else will, what the truth turned out to be. And if that was indeed corrected for this 4th edition, hopefully it was. Event and encounter tokens. Some event and encounter cards instruct players to place tokens on the board that have lingering game effects and are as follows. Bat token. These bats tokens are placed under hunter figures as a reminder that Dracula can move that hunter to an adjacent city as the hunter's next action, when the hunter is next able to perform an action. After moving a hunter, Dracula removes the bat token, placing it back in the token pool. So it's just a reminder, haha, your next action, I get to move you instead. The next one, Consecrated Ground and Heavenly Host tokens. If the Consecrated Ground token is placed on a location that is on the trail, that location and any encounters on it are revealed. Dracula cannot enter that location. If the location is Dracula's current location, he must move to a new location during the next Dracula phase. Heavenly Host tokens have the same effect as Consecrated Ground tokens, but they are removed at dawn. So Consecrated Ground must be that much stronger because of that, it sounds like. Fog tokens. If a city contains a fog token, hunters cannot perform search actions while in that city. Additionally, hunters cannot move or be moved in a way that would cause them to enter, leave, or pass through a city that contains a fog token. Dracula may choose to avoid a combat in a city that contains a fog token. At the end of each dusk, one fog token is removed from each city on the board that has at least one, so they can accumulate more than one fog token, and they get rid of a fog token each dusk. But while it's there, it sounds like you can't move in or out of it as a hunter, and you can't search there, and you don't even have to fight Dracula if he's there also. So thematically, it's pretty much all the things you would expect. Up next, roadblock tokens. Hunters cannot move through a road or railway that contains a roadblock token. When Dracula places a roadblock token, he places it on either a road or a railway. So it placed on one or the other. The token is placed on the board with the road or railway side face up as appropriate. At the end of each dusk, Dracula removes one roadblock token from the board. I did not remember that or know that. Dracula removes a roadblock token from the board at the end of each dusk. Up next, storm tokens. A hunter cannot move into a sea zone that contains a storm token. At the end of dusk, Dracula removes one storm token from the board. Special locations. There are some locations on the board that function differently from other locations, as follows. Castle Dracula. The location card for Castle Dracula has a different back, so hunters know when the card is played. When Dracula places this card on the trail, he heals 5 damage. If a hunter is on Castle Dracula, he cannot supply or reserve a ticket, because it's a large, sizable castle, but you can't treat it like a regular city. No buying tickets there, no supplying up. And keep in mind, even though you place encounter cards over location cards, don't be a prick about it. Have some etiquette and politeness. The clear intent of the rules is that every hunter can see the back of every location card. So don't try to hide it if Dracula moved out to sea and the back is blue by putting the encounter completely over it. They know the back of the card. That is public knowledge. Don't be cheesy. Up next, hospitals. Hospitals are spaces on the board attached to cities. There are hospitals in Madrid, Rome, and Budapest. When a hunter is defeated, they're placed at the nearest hospital measured by roads for nearest. At dawn, if there are two equidistant hospitals, Dracula chooses which of these hospitals the hunter is placed at. The hunter figure is placed on the top portion of the hospital's location. Then the hunter discards all of their event and item cards and returns damage. They completely heal up, and they remove bite tokens. They're unbitten as well, and ticket tokens to their respective pools. When a hunter is at a hospital, they can perform a supply action, but only drawing cards, but only drawing item cards when they do. During the day, a hunter at a hospital can perform a move action to move from the hospital to the attached city location. So the hospitals are attached to cities, but they're not quite the same. It takes an extra move to move from one to the other. Not quite a delay in the sense of just losing a turn, but somewhat similar. You can, after all, do a supply at a hospital. What now is the section here. Now that players have read the Learn to Play booklet, they know all the rules necessary to play their first game of Fury of Dracula. Players should consult the rules reference as questions arise during the game. After playing the first game, players should read the next section, Advanced Rules. These rules expand Dracula's options, making the game more dynamic for Dracula and more difficult for the hunter players. I will say that the basic rules are not only more basic, but more helpful for the hunters in comparison to the advanced rules, which more of the complex features help Dracula much more than they help the hunters, I find, in my opinion. If YouTube will let me make the video that long, up next I'll be reading the advanced rules, and then after that, the rules reference, and I'll put a time tracker in the bottom of this video so that you can see. Alright, I took a brief break to adjust my camera and technical settings. Let me know if you think things are generally worse or generally better, or it doesn't matter. But we just read What Now about how we can go to the advanced game. Well, this isn't worth being its own card or tag, because this is actually, for the advanced game, just a single page, or one or two pages, very short, so let's read it. Advanced rules. After players play their first game, they should use the following additional rules. These rules add depth to playing as Dracula, allowing him to have more locations with encounters than just the 6 spaces on the trail, providing him with access to the 5 power cards, and introducing him with rumor tokens that can mislead the hunters and increase Dracula's influence. So that's all pretty powerful stuff as the introduction. The first advanced rule mechanism has to do with layers. Layers. Instead of maturing a hideout, Dracula may convert a hideout into a layer by placing it on one of the 3 layer slots on the side of the board. If a hideout contains a C location, it cannot be converted to a layer. When a hideout becomes a layer, Dracula places an encounter card from his hand on the layer. As such, a layer can have multiple encounter cards on it. When Dracula moves during future phases, he can move to a layer by placing that layer on the first space of the trail, converting it back to a hideout. To do this, Dracula must be able to move to the location in that layer, following normal movement restrictions. When Dracula places the layer on the trail, he still places another encounter card on that space, as if he had placed the location card from the location deck. Dracula may clear a layer at any time, and he must clear a layer if all encounter cards are removed from that layer. One benefit of using layers is that there are more locations with encounters that Dracula can use to ambush hunters. Also, Since an additional encounter card is placed on the layer, this allows Dracula to draw more encounter cards, increasing the chances of drawing more vampire encounter cards. Now, when I had first read about layers, I thought that perhaps their big advantage was it allowing Dracula to do a little bit of doubling back. But not really, and here's why. Because ultimately, to place a layer, it has to mature off the regular trail anyway. It has to fall off the trail. And that would be the normal restriction for when you could double back to that location as Dracula again anyway. But as it indicates here, what's really advantageous about these layers is that you can pile up multiple encounter cards, as well as the fact that because they're 3 in addition to the 6 on the trail, they can be additional places to place traps and to have ambushes ready to spring on the hunters. Layers are very interesting, and I haven't played with them as often as I've played without them. Again, I'll note that as I've said before, I think that these advanced rules typically help Dracula more than the hunters, but it would be easy to tweak house rules to make it more helpful for the hunters while still keeping whichever advanced rules you liked the most. Although I don't think it prescribes them as being piecemeal, meaning I don't think you're supposed to take bits of the advanced rules a la carte. I suppose you're either supposed to use them all or not. But I don't think it explicitly says that, so maybe that's an implication that I'm overly inferring. Up next, after layers, are the power cards. To represent his dark might, Dracula has 5 power cards that he can use during the Dracula phase to mislead and distract the hunters. Each power card contains a summary of its effect that, unless otherwise specified, is revealed when the card is played, before placing it face down on the trail. Dracula uses power cards as follows. So I actually don't even know that I fully absorbed that when I read it out loud. Was that very intuitive when I read it there? So it has a summary of what it does and the effect, and it can mislead and distract them. And unless otherwise specified, it's lost track here. Right, okay, they're just saying that you typically are saying which power card you're playing, which is why the back of the card shows an illustration that also indicates the front. Anything that's on the back of an encounter card or the back of a location card, like is it C or Castle Dracula for those. In this case, with power card, you place them down. It's visible to the hunters and public knowledge, hence should be announced that it's being played. I heard some people say online that it would be nice if power cards were simply double-sided with no backs at all to make this explicitly clear. But I think with the illustration showing the front, that should work well enough. The first power card is Feed. This card allows Dracula to recover damage. To use Feed, Dracula places this card on the first space of the trail, instead of moving. He does not place an encounter card on it. Then he recovers up to 3 damage. So, since Dracula is placing this without moving, it's therefore implied that the trail moves down 1 because you're shifting the cards, but you're not placing a new location card, and therefore it stands to reason that Dracula is in the last location card placed down, which is now in space 2. Or, actually, forgive me, I read too deeply into it. Instead of sliding down the cards at all, you would just place Feed down on top of whatever is on location number 1. So that's an important thing to note. The next one is Dark Call. This card allows Dracula to draw more encounter cards. To use Dark Call, Dracula places this card on the first space of the trail, instead of moving. He does not play an encounter card on it. So those are the same rules as with Feed. You do it instead of moving, you place it on the first space, and you you do it instead of placing an encounter card. What's unclear to me, no, I think that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense to you. For Dark Call, then Dracula suffers 2 damage. So the 2 damage are the price for drawing 5 encounter cards. Now remember, there's no limit to the number of encounter cards Dracula have, just a minimum of 5. So unless something tweaks that a little bit, he would have 5 plus 5 and now have currently 10, which would slowly dwindle back down to 5 as he uses them, but it would give him way more options to go for. So that's Feed, heals up, you don't move though, place it on first step, then Dark Call. Hurts you a bit, but you get all those extra encounter cards. The next one is Wolf Form. Wolf Form. This card alters the way in which Dracula can move. To use Wolf Form, Dracula places this card on the first space of the trail, along with a face-down location card from his deck. Then he suffers 1 damage. The location card Dracula chooses can be up to 2 cities away from his current location by road, allowing Dracula to move farther and pass undetected through an adjacent city that a hunter may occupy. So Wolf Form is a way to turn on stealth mode, in a sense, slip through another city without being detected there. Now, he has to suffer a damage to do this, and in doing it, he ends up placing another location card, of course. And it sounds like location cards are ultimately what slide down the trail, not just new additional cards of other types. But he can skip across one. This could be a good way to get out of a tough bind. The next one is Misdirect. This card allows Dracula to clear a hideout on the trail. To play Misdirect, Dracula chooses a hideout on the trail and clears it. Then he places Misdirect on the space of the trail that was cleared. After placing Misdirect on the trail, Dracula places a card, location or power, on the first space of the trail as normal. Dracula cannot use Misdirect to clear a hideout that contains a power card. Castle Dracula, his current location, or a location associated with hide. See below. So Misdirect, you clear out a spot on the trail, which means you get rid of the location and any encounter cards, etc. on it. What this of course means is that soon you could use that same location card again, making it so you could double back faster than the 6 space trail would normally allow. Hence, this is what I meant when I said the card that lets you double back. And with Misdirect, you're placing it on the trail in the location of that hideout that you cleared. So that's important as well. Then the final power card is Hide. This card has the same card back as the location cards and allows Dracula to mislead the hunters by pretending to move while staying in the same location. To use Hide, Dracula places it face down on the first space of the trail and places an encounter card on it. Dracula cannot resolve the matured effect of that encounter card. Hide is associated with the previous location because remember, he hasn't moved, it just looks like he moved. And since Hide is associated with the previous location that Dracula occupied, as long as that location remains on the trail. As such, if a hunter ends their movement on a location that is associated with Hide, Dracula can ambush a hunter using encounter cards on both the location and the Hide card, because he stayed in one place and thus accumulated an extra encounter card. If a location associated with Hide is revealed, the Hide power is also revealed. So, if the previous location where Dracula really is still staying put is shown, then hide flips up to show that on the next one, he was staying put there. So this really gives just a false impression of how far you've moved. The power cards for me have been the most fuzzy, fiddly, and confusing bits, but I don't think they have to be, and for many people I expect that they're not. Let me just read one more time this brief intro paragraph for power cards to see if that helps wrap it up. Oops, I think this is... Alright, I don't know if that's working. Sorry, I got the focus all messed up here. That's okay. Power cards. To represent his dark might, Dracula has 5 power cards that he can use during the Dracula phase to mislead and distract the hunters. Each power card contains a summary of its effect that, unless otherwise specified, is revealed when the card is played, before placing it face down on the trail. Dracula uses power cards as follows. So, they're pretty much each just one-off set of rules, as it were. Then finally, the last advanced rule, which I play with the least, as I find that it gives Dracula too much power, and is a bit of fiddliness that doesn't add too much. But that's just my view, and many people online swear by this as being incredibly fun and essential, and that is the rumor tokens. Rumor tokens represent gossip, perhaps started by Dracula himself, or due to superstitious locals seeing someone or something they could not explain. Dracula can use rumor tokens to further advance the influence track, or potentially distract hunters who are close to his trail. Dracula begins the game with 1 rumor token, see advanced game setup, on page 2. In the rules reference, and he gains an additional rumor token each time a despair token is placed on the time track, see Dawn and Dusk. After Dracula places an encounter card during the Dracula phase, Dracula can place 1 rumor token on one of the hideouts on the first 3 spaces of the trail. If Dracula matures a vampire encounter from a hideout that contains a rumor token, he advances the influence track by an additional 3 spaces. You plant a seed of a rumor token on a encounter that can be matured. If it successfully is matured, it increases it by 3 spaces for the influence. A rumor token rumor token remains as part of a hideout or lair until there are no encounter cards on that location, or the location card on that hideout or lair is returned to Dracula's location deck. When a rumor token is removed from a location or hideout, it is returned to the token pool. So those are the advanced rules, and I really think that they're pretty short, easy to implement. A little bit fiddly, but you can get past that. The next section we will look at, either in this video if it extends or in the next, is the rules reference to solidify and recap everything that we know. Welcome back, Vampires and Hunters. We just read through the How to Play guidebook for Fury of Dracula 4th edition. And the fact is, as it recommends, you can jump straight into the game. At this point, you don't have to read this rules reference cover to cover. But if you're a completionist like me, or you'd like to make sure you have as good of a solid understanding of the rules before you begin the game, it also is handy to solidify and congeal everything you learned so far, as well as gain some advanced rules by reading through the rules reference for those games out there, particularly Fantasy Flight Games and their cousins, who like to include both the How to Play guide and the rules reference. So we will literally be mostly covering items that we've already seen before, but more succinctly and indexed. And here we have it as well. You see, stop. This rules reference does not teach players how to play Fury of Dracula. It is recommended that the players first read the Learn to Play booklet, and then use this rules reference while playing the game to answer rule questions as they arise. And you should do that. That's a good idea. But we like to be overkill and very, very thorough. We're nothing if not meticulous here at Eldritch Voice. So I'll be reading through this entirety. Up next, using this reference. This booklet is a reference for all game rules. As noted above, unlike the Learn to Play booklet, this document does not teach players how to play the game, and is instead meant to be consulted as questions arise during the game. This booklet contains a glossary, which lists detailed rules and card clarifications in alphabetical order by topic. The Golden Rules. The Golden Rules are fundamental concepts on which all other game rules are built. First, the rules reference is the definitive source of rules information. If something in the rules reference contradicts the Learn to Play booklet, this document takes precedence. Next, if the rules text of a card or game component contradict information from the rules reference, the component-specific rules take place. Very standard. Cards can effectively break the rules. Very common for games. If a card effect uses the word cannot, the effect cannot be overridden by some other effect. And the final golden rule, if an effect uses the word may, that effect is optional. So the first thing we have jumped into here is advanced setup. This wasn't covered in the Learn to Play booklet because it gave you a basic template for how to set up. Advanced setup. After players have finished their first game of Fury of Dracula, they are ready to play the advanced game. To set up an advanced game, players perform the following steps. 1. Place game board. Unfold the game board and place it in the center of the table, within reach of all players. 2. Set the influence track to 0. Place the influence marker on space 0 of the influence track, that is. Step 3. Set time track. Place the time marker on the Monday day space of the time track, hence with the sunny day side up rather than the bluish night side. 4. Assign roles. One player chooses to control Dracula. He should not sit near the side of the board where the hunters are. Rather, he should sit near the side of the board, showing the trail. The remaining players each choose a hunter to control. Each player takes their respective characters, their character sheets and figures, and each hunter takes one hunter reference card, and Dracula takes the reference map. Step 5. Prepare hunter cards. Shuffle all item cards and place them face down near the game board. Then shuffle both the Hunter and Dracula event cards. Shuffle them together into a single deck and place it near the item deck. Sort the Hunter combat cards by type and place them in 3 distinct piles near the item. So I believe that's punch, dodge, and escape are the 3 basic Hunter action items that don't count toward the hand limit. Number 6. Prepare Dracula's components. Sort the encounter cards and Dracula combat cards into 2 separate decks and individually shuffle them. Place these decks face down near Dracula's side of the game board. Then organize the location cards numerically and stack them on top of Dracula's power cards to create his location deck. Place this deck near Dracula's encounter and combat card deck. So this is talking about preparing, for one thing, his location deck, which basically you have no reason to not always keep in alphabetical order. That's what it's good for. I'll even zoom in a tad. But what is confusing about this is that when you sort the encounter and Dracula combat cards 2 separate decks, individually shuffle them, then place the deck face down on your Dracula side of the board, then organize the location cards numerically. and stack them on top of Dracula's power cards. So basically, it's just simply saying the way you store it on the table is put the power cards underneath Dracula's location cards. Fair enough. I guess because they both represent a hand that is always available rather than drawn. Always available as long as there isn't a power card out on the trail. Number 7. Create token pool. Place the ticket tokens face down near the game board and randomize them. Then separate the remaining tokens by type and place them in a pile near the game board. Number 8. Draw encounter cards and gain rumor cards. Dracula draws 5 encounter cards for his starting hand. Then Dracula takes 1 rumor token from the token pool and places it in his play area. Number 9. Choose hunter starting locations. Each hunter places their figure on one of the cities on the map. Number 10. Choose Dracula's starting location. Dracula chooses starting location. Instead of placing his figure on the game board, he searches secretly in his location deck for the card matching the location where he wishes to start, since naturally the starting location is also first on the trail. Then he places that card face down on the first space of the trail. Dracula cannot use a sea zone, can't start in the ocean. Castle Dracula can't start there, or a city that a human occupies as their starting location. After placing a location card, Dracula places his figure on the red circle near the first space of the trail. He does not place an encounter card. So when you first start out, you're not placing an encounter card as Dracula. And here we are to the bulk of this reference, the glossary. This glossary lists all gameplay terms and rules in details. If you're unable to find a topic in the glossary, check the index on page 15. Abilities. Each character sheet contains 2 or more abilities. Some of these abilities enhance specific actions. Some of them provide persistent effects, and some of them can be used as part of a special action. Actions. During the hunter phase, There we go. During the hunter phase, each hunter performs 1 action during the day, and then 1 action during night. See page 16 for a full list of human actions. Action 1. During each day and night, humans perform actions in activation order. That's point number 1 for actions. The next one. Hunters can perform move actions only during the day. There is no moving for hunters at night. If a hunter is in a sea zone during the day, he must move by sea. They cannot pass. No staying still in the ocean. If a hunter is in a sea zone during the night, they must pass. They cannot perform an action, representing that to move an entire block or region of ocean, it effectively takes both a day and a night. And finally, next to finally, if a hunter was delayed due to a game effect, they must stand their figure upright instead of performing an action, hence delay, missing a turn, or missing an action. Finally, a hunter can forfeit their action by passing, unless they are at sea, as noted above. Since we're going through everything, I'll skip where it says related topics, since this is a comprehensive video on all of the official rules. Activation order. During the hunter phase, the hunters perform actions in activation order. Each character has an activation order number printed on them in the upper left corner. The activation order is as follows. 1. Lord Goldeming. 2. Dr. Seward. 3. Van Helsing. And then finally 4. Mina Harker. Up next, adjacency. If a city is connected to another city by 1 road, and just 1 road, and it's a road, these cities are adjacent to each other. If a sea zone shares a border with another sea zone, those sea zones are adjacent, since sea zones are more like spaces, whereas other cities are point-to-point locations. A sea zone has an anchor icon, which is adjacent to the port that is near the icon. I said that funny, but the sea zones, you can see if a boat is adjacent to the sea, if it is a harbor, if it's a dock, a port, if it has an anchor symbol. Up next, railway connections do not affect adjacency. So you can't say, oh, I was adjacent to space because a railroad ticket could have brought me there. It does not work. That is important. Allies. Some ally cards have ally effects, or rather some event cards have ally effects, which allow them to be played as allies. Allies provide either the humans, the hunters, or Dracula with unique abilities. When an event card is played as an ally, it remains in play and provides an ongoing effect. When a hunter plays an event card as an ally, they place it face up on the ally slot on the board. When Dracula places he plays an event card that has an ally, he places it face up in the play area. The humans can collectively have one and only one ally in play at a time. If there is already a hunter ally in play, and the hunter plays another event for its ally effect, the new ally replaces the existing ally, which is then discarded. Dracula can also only have one ally in play at a time. If there is already a Dracula ally in play and he plays another event card for an ally effect, the new ally replaces the old one, just like with hunters, and the old one is discarded. Up next, ambush. Dracula can ambush humans to resolve effects on his encounter cards that are in hideouts or lairs. After a hunter is moved to a hideout or his lair, Dracula reveals the location card in that hideout or lair. Then Dracula can choose an encounter card in that hideout or lair to ambush with. He reveals the card and resolves the card text on that encounter, ignoring any matured effect. So, bullet points here. First, Dracula may ambush with an encounter card that has already been revealed. If it hasn't been defeated or discarded or matured, that encounter card, even though it's revealed, can still be used to ambush a hunter who goes there. If a game effect, such as a bat's token, moves a hunter to a location that is a hideout or lair, Dracula can ambush that hunter so the bat can lure them over to where the trap is. Unless otherwise specified on the encounter card, or if the card is a vampire encounter after resolving the encounter's card's effect, Dracula must discard a card. So what does that mean? I said that awkwardly, but basically, it means that Dracula must discard a card unless otherwise specified on the encounter card, or if the card is a vampire encounter. After resolving the encounter's card, Dracula must discard it. Right, so you can't just keep perpetually ambushing people with the same card. If it's been resolved, it's gone. Up next, if there are 2 or more encounter cards in a hideout or lair, Dracula may ambush the same hunter multiple times, one for each card, in the order of his choice, or save the additional encounter cards to ambush the next hunter to move into that city. Only one hunter may be ambushed at a time, and the ambush must happen immediately after that hunter ends their move into the city. Again, related topics, but we won't need those. Up next, Banners. Banners appear along the left side of hunter combat cards and some item cards. Cards with a banner are used during combat. Combat, again, is simultaneous action selection. Dracula plays card he wants to play. Hunters play cards they want to play. You reveal, and you see how the nuanced, more complex gamer's version of rock, paper, scissors plays out. I love simultaneous combat. So, as a result, each banner shows one or more combat icons, highlighted in white. Combat icons on the banner cancel Dracula's combat card when they have the matching icon from Dracula's card. That's why when Dracula is playing a card, you're trying to guess what he might play so you can match the icons that would be on that card. Also, the icons tend to give away basically what the card is about. Up next, item cards that have a red-colored banner can only be used during combat. So that is an important note, because the yellow banner ones are also for combat, but perhaps there's another situation they may come up. But cards that don't have banners, yellow or red, those are items that have another purpose entirely, but they're not typically, I expect, to be used in combat. Bats token. Dracula's bats encounters. This card allows him to place one bats token under a hunter's figure on the board. The bats token functions as a reminder that Dracula can move that hunter to an adjacent city during the hunter's next action. So when bats are under you, next time it's your turn, Dracula's going to move you. Then, when Dracula moves a hunter using his bats ability, he moves the hunter instead of the hunter performing their action as normal. And this move can be done as a night action. So you can move them even at night and it steals one of their actions. You want bats to be swarming the hunters if you're Dracula. If a hunter has a bats token underneath their figure and was delayed due to a game effect, that hunter stands their figure upright during the next action phase as normal. Then Dracula moves the hunter to an adjacent city during the hunter's next action, after the hunter is no longer delayed. If a hunter has a bats token underneath their figure, and they cannot move because they are on a city with one or more tokens from fog tokens, which prevent movement, Dracula moves the hunter to an adjacent city during the hunter's next action phase, which that hunter can move. So if fog is stopping the hunter from moving, you can use your bats to move him out of there later once the fog has lifted. Double checking here. Then Dracula moves the hunter to an adjacent. Let's read this one more time. If a hunter has bats token underneath their figure and was delayed due to a game effect, that hunter stands the figure upright during their next action as normal. Then Dracula moves the hunter to an adjacent city among the hunter's next action after the hunter is no longer delayed. So I'm not sure how that's going to have if you're both delayed and you have bats effect. I think it's just saying you wait till his turn that's lost goes away, then you move him with bats. I think that was just a convoluted way of saying it. So similar to fog, you can't use bats until the fog lifts. Well, likewise, you can't use bats on someone who's delayed until they're not delayed anymore. Up next, bitten. Hunters can be bitten either during combat or from the seduction event card. When a hunter is bitten, they gain a bite token by taking one bite token from the supply and placing it on the empty the empty bite space on their character sheet. While a hunter has one or more bite tokens, they are weakened. If a hunter is weakened and they have no empty spaces on their character sheet, they are defeated. Let's look at cancel. Some game effects cancel cards. When an event is canceled, the effect on that card, all the effects on that card are ignored, and that card is discarded. So that's how things happen when they're canceled. Say, for example, if you have the same symbol as Dracula in a combat, you're able to cancel that card, but still activate your Hunter combat card. Very handy. When a combat card is canceled, the effects on that card are ignored, and that card is flipped, face down. It's just very late where I'm recording now. Up next, Castle Dracula. Castle Dracula is a location on the board. The location card for Dracula has a unique card back, so hunters will know when Dracula has moved to Castle Dracula. Anything, again, where it's a location has a unique card back, even though in theory you put encounter cards over top of location cards, that goes against the spirit of the rules. Clearly, hunters are meant to be able to see the back of location cards so they can know if it's Castle Dracula or if they can know if he went into the ocean. So that's very, very important. When Dracula places the Castle Dracula card on the trail during his movement step, he recovers 5 damage. So walking onto Castle Dracula is a great way to recover 5 damage. But then everyone knows he went there. As with any city location, unless Dracula is revealed, an encounter card is played as normal. Both Dracula and the hunters can move to Castle Dracula. A hunter cannot perform a supply action or a reserve a ticket action while they're on Castle Dracula. Even though most of the points you can go to are cities, Castle Dracula shouldn't be treated like a city, not one bit. So you cannot do supply, you can't shop, you can't reserve a ticket. Important to know. Up next, detailed look at combat. A hunter can participate in combats with either Dracula or one of Dracula's vampires. If a hunter dies, or rather, if a hunter causes Dracula to die, if a hunter defeats Dracula in combat, the hunters win the game. If a hunter defeats a vampire in combat, that hunter can prevent Dracula from resolving the matured effect of the vampire and advancing the influence track. If a hunter is on Dracula's current city location, if a hunter is on Dracula's current city location during dawn or dusk, they must start a combat with Dracula. And of course, dawn and dusk happen in between night and day, and then day and night, respectively. But it's also the time that, since it happens after each hunter does a round of actions, it gives the hunters a chance to catch up, to get to where Dracula is, where he's been spotted, so that multiple hunters can fight him at once. If combat with Dracula, not a vampire encounter, is at dusk or night, Dracula resolves the at-night effect of his combat cards. So at night works for dusk and for dawn, and I know there was some confusion about this. But what's unclear is that even though a vampire could ambush you during the day, and therefore not have nighttime benefits, I'm curious if there are any situations where you would fight Dracula outside of dusk and dawn, and therefore outside of nighttime. Perhaps if he deliberately attacks you during nighttime, but I'm not exactly sure how that works. Unless Dracula plays the Escape as Bat combat card to end combat and moves to a new location. When combat ends, both Dracula and any undefeated heroes remain in the same location. The Escape combat card removes a hunter from combat. It does not move them to another location. At the start of the next Dracula phase, he must either move to a new location or play a power card as normal. And again, we're talking about power cards, and also we're talking about location cards as being used interchangeably. If you use one, you usually won't use the other, but it depends on the power card. Up next, if an encounter card instructs the hunter to fight this vampire, they start a combat with that vampire, and any damage from the combat is only applied to that vampire. Combat with the vampire encounter occurs when either a hunter resolves a search action, or Dracula ambushes a hunter, and takes place during that hunter's turn, rather than at dawn or dusk, which I note again is when you're fighting Dracula, dawn or dusk. So since you can find a vampire being ambushed, hence moving, that could happen during the day, and I believe you can search at night. So it could be at night that you fight the vampire as well, even though you cannot supply or move at night as I understand it, or rather you can't move at night. We'll recap about whether you can supply during the nighttime. Up next, combat with a reckless vampire can only occur when with one hunter, while combat with a new vampire can occur with multiple hunters in the same location if other hunters are at that location become delayed. So that's a bit clunky to me. I'm going to read that one more time. Combat with a reckless vampire can only occur with a hunter while with one hunter. So a reckless vampire can only fight one hunter in a combat. While combat with a new vampire, it can occur with multiple hunters in the same location if other hunters at that location become delayed. I'm quite sure that the reckless vampire and new vampire cards must provide context that makes sense of that. I'm sure that those aren't rules. You simply have to remember out of hand. There's probably intuitive indicators on the cards themselves. Up next, we have combat is played over a series of rounds. Each round occurs in this order. First, choose combat cards. Each player in the combat chooses one card from their hand, placing it face down. Dracula must choose one of his combat cards. And remember, for each new combat, Dracula, or the vampire fighting, therefore being controlled by Dracula, will draw a fresh hand of vampire cards from his combat deck that will always be reshuffled at the end of the combat. So first thing is choosing combat cards. Each player in the combat chooses one card from their hand, placing it face down. Up next, Dracula must choose one of his combat cards. Then, the hunters must choose one of their cards that has a banner. This includes item cards with a red banner, or combat cards, punch, dodge, and escape, with a yellow banner. Yellow banner means that they're starting cards, you always get them, don't count towards your hand limit. And red banner means that they're also combat cards, but you got them special as item cards, or what have you, but they can be used for combat. So they come from different sources, and the latter, the basic yellow ones, are default available, but both banner means it is useful for combat and can't be and you can't use a non-banner card as your combat card when you're the hunters. Step 2. Choose engaged hunter. Dracula chooses one of the hunters in the combat to become the engaged hunter. If there is only one hunter in the combat, they are the engaged hunter. Step 3. Reveal combat cards. All characters in the combat simultaneously flip their chosen cards face up. This is the simultaneous combat. Step 4. Compare combat icons. Check if the combat icon on Dracula's revealed card matches a highlighted combat icon on the banner of the engaged hunter's revealed card. So, if it is not the engaged hunter that has a banner icon that matches Dracula, then it won't have the effect of canceling Dracula's card. If it does match, the effect on Dracula's revealed combat card is cancelled, and therefore that card is turned face down, Dracula's card, and remains in the play area until combat ends, and combat proceeds to step 6. Otherwise, combat proceeds to step 5. So again, it's saying that the card is face down, remains in play until the combat ends, and when combat ends, you remains in the play area until the combat ends, and combat proceeds to step 6. Otherwise proceeds to step 5. So therefore, if Dracula's card is not cancelled, then obviously you proceed to step 5, which is where you resolve Dracula's effect. Number 5, resolve Dracula's effect. If Dracula's revealed combat card was not cancelled, see step 4, Dracula resolves the effect of his revealed combat card, which affects only the engaged hunter. Only the engaged hunter. Then he flips the card face down, and it remains in play, in the play area, until combat ends. First note, after Dracula resolves the effect of an escape as bat or escape as mist card, the combat immediately ends. Note that the pride ability on Dracula's character sheet restricts when he can resolve these cards. See Escape as Bat and Escape as Mist sections for more information. Those are both of the ways Dracula can escape, but Dracula's pride means that as his power grows, and even toward the beginning really, he can't escape right away because his pride won't let him leave without giving off some sort of fight and doing some damage. Up next, Dracula can use the cancelling effect of the plotting combat card during any subsequent round. After the reveal combat card steps, but before the compare combat icon steps. So, emphasize that again. Dracula can use the cancelling effect of the plotting combat card during any subsequent round after revealing combat card steps, but before comparing combat icon steps. So that is a timing issue whereby you used your plotting card as Dracula. It was successful. It wasn't neutralized by the hunters. You can use it in a later round, but you have to use it after the reveal, but before the icon comparing, a specific timing. Up next, if all hunters in the combat are defeated after Dracula resolves his revealed card effect, the combat ends immediately, and therefore the hunters wouldn't have a chance to fight back, as it were. Step 6. Resolve Hunter's effect. Each hunter in the combat, including but not limited to the engaged hunter, resolves the effect of their revealed cards. If an effect on one of the hunter's revealed cards defeats Dracula, the hunter immediately wins the game. I believe it's 15 life is what we established. It's a finite amount of life. Once all of his hit points are gone, he's dead. That's the end. Also, if a hunter's card is cancelled, or if a hunter was defeated or removed from combat prior to the step, their card is flipped face down and not resolved. If you got defeated before you could resolve your card, or you had to be kicked out of the fight for some reason, you don't get to resolve your combat card as a hunter. It's just logical. Step 7. Check combat status. If Dracula has played 6 combat cards after the effects of all revealed cards have been revealed, the combat ends. Otherwise, proceed to step 8. So, that's where you check, because even though Dracula can escape within the restrictions given by his pride ability, and if he has the escape cards available, and they weren't cancelled by the hunters, even though he can escape, and even though Dracula could be killed, and even though the hunters could be killed, if or defeated by being bitten, if none of those things happen, it will still happen after 6 rounds automatically. That is just a default, de facto end of the fight. Both sides sort of take back steps away from the bloodshed they've each inflicted on each other. So then we have step 8, refresh hands. Dracula and the hunters each refresh their hands and then begin a new combat round. First note, if he has less than 5 cards in his hand, Dracula draws the top card from his combat deck and places it in his hand. The plotting combat card does not allow him to hold an additional card. Any combat cards he played in this and previous rounds remain in the play area until combat ends. They're still in his play area. But it's during refresh that he draws the top card of his combat deck, places it in his deck as long as he has less than 5 in his hand. And again, he would start the combat with 5 available, which means he might, right off the bat, have some escapes available, or he may not, because there are other cards as well, such as plotting, or bite, or mesmerize. Up next, combat cards played during this round remain in front of the hunter who played it, and have no effect on the next round of combat. Again, there's a buffer between when a combat card can be played. That's why you can't play the same combat card as a hunter 2 rounds in a row. It has a cooldown, a refresh, a cooldown period of 1 round. Hunter's combat cards played during the previous round, not the round that just ended, but the one before that, are returned to their owner's hand. They've been refreshed. Their cooldown, to give a World of Warcraft or Blizzard style analogy, has finished. They can take that crucifix or whatever it is back and use it again the next time if they want. Next topic is Consecrated Ground. The Consecrated Ground event card places Consecrated Ground and Heavenly Host tokens on cities. Note, Dracula cannot enter a city that has a Consecrated Ground or Heavenly Host token. Next note, if Consecrated Ground or a Heavenly Host token is placed on a location that is on the trail, that location and any encounters on it are revealed. Important to note, Consecrated Ground and Heavenly Host don't just stop Dracula from going there. They reveal the location and layer. And by showing the location card, it also shows what step on the trail it is, and therefore how close they are to Dracula. Next, if Dracula's current location has either a Consecrated Ground or a Heavenly Host token, he cannot play Feed, Dark Call, or Hide. 3 of his power cards he would not be able to play if his current location is on Consecrated Ground or Heavenly Host. When using wolf form, Dracula cannot choose a location that would require using roads that connect to a city with either a Consecrated Ground or Heavenly Host token. So, and even in wolf form, you could not, even if you were skipping over it, go through a city that has these. Next, at the end of the next dawn, after a Heavenly Host token is played, discard all Heavenly Host tokens. However, Consecrated Ground tokens remain on the board until discarded by a card effect. So they have the same basic effect as each other, except the first Heavenly Host is temporary until the next dawn. And Consecrated Ground, those are permanent unless lifted up by some other power or effect. Next topic, damage. Dracula, hunters, and vampires suffer damage primarily during combat, but they can also suffer damage through other game effects. When a character suffers damage, they take a number of damage tokens from the supply, equal to the amount of damage suffered, and place them on their character sheet. When a vampire from an encounter card suffers damage, its damage tokens are placed on its encounter card instead. When a character recovers damage, they remove a number of damage tokens from their character sheet equal to the amount of damage healed and return them to the supply. When a vampire from an encounter card recovers damage, the damage tokens are removed from its encounter card instead. If there are a number of damage tokens on a character sheet equal to that character's health value, that character is defeated. When a vampire from an encounter card has a number of damage tokens equal to its health value, the vampire is defeated and the encounter card is discarded. Some item, combat, and event cards instruct a vampire to suffer damage. If Dracula is in a combat, Dracula or vampire refers to Dracula. If a vampire from an encounter card is in combat, vampire refers only to that vampire and not to Dracula. So I don't know if there's a situation where both Dracula and the vampire would be in combat, but I believe you'd only have one or the other, even though you could have multiple hunters. But clearly it's just saying that Dracula is also a vampire. If nothing else, it makes that clear. Damage tokens that are marked with a 5. They represent 5 single damage tokens. Players may swap a 5 for 5 single tokens or 5 single tokens for 5 tokens at any time. It's just making change. Dark Call. Dark Call is one of Dracula's power cards. When Dark Call is placed on the trail, Dracula suffers 2 damage and draws 5 encounter cards. Since Dracula does not have a maximum hand limit, Dracula does not discard encounter cards after playing Dark Call. Dark Call is placed on the trail instead of choosing a location card. So Dark Call is one of those that replaces the location card. Encounter cards cannot be played on Dark Call. It happens alone without an encounter card. While Dracula's current location is at sea, he cannot play Dark Call. Next topic, Dawn and Dusk. Dawn occurs before day, and dusk occurs before night. Obvious enough. At dawn, which is after the Dracula phase has ended, the time marker is advanced from its current night phase to the next day phase. It's the transition where you move the time marker. At dusk, which is before the hunters take their night actions, the time marker is advanced from its current day space to the next night space. So again, since hunters are taking one action each during the day, and then one action each during night, that dusk phase would happen just after day, but before they're taking their nighttime actions. It's all just pretty intuitive by using the day-night system. When the time marker advances from Sunday night to Monday day, place 1 despair token on the space in the center of the time track. Also, Dracula gains 1 rumor token. I'd note that the rumor token business is if you're playing with rumor tokens, which are part of the advanced rules. I've noted that I usually don't like to play with rumor tokens, but I can see their value. There are event cards that can be played during dawn or dusk. If a character chooses to play one of these cards, they do so after the time marker is advanced. So it makes it clear that dawn and dusk are about advancing things, but first you finish the advancing of time from, say, day to night or night to day. Then you can play that card that says play at dawn or dusk. If one or more hunters are in the same location as Dracula during dawn or dusk, a combat occurs after the time marker is advanced. See the round summary on page 16. Next topic, defeated. If there are hunters, Dracula, hunters, and vampires can be defeated. If there are a number of damage tokens on Dracula's character sheet equal to his health value, he is defeated and the hunters immediately win the game. A hunter is defeated when either there are a number of damage tokens on their character sheet equal to or exceeding their health value, or if they are bitten and have no empty bite spaces on their character sheet. When a hunter is defeated, the influence track is advanced by 2 plus the number of despair tokens on the time track. Hence, being defeated does exponentially more damage in a sense. When a hunter is defeated, they determine the nearest hospital, the one that is the fewest roads away from the current location. Then that hunter's figure is removed from the board. If multiple hospitals are tied for being the nearest to the defeated hunter, to the location where he's defeated, then Dracula chooses which of these hospitals to place the hunter. The nearest hospital for hunters who are defeated in Britannica is in Madrid, and the nearest hospital for hunters who are defeated in Cagliari is in Rome. When a vampire from an encounter card is defeated, the encounter card is discarded. During the next dawn, after a hunter is defeated, place the hunter at the nearest hospital. The hunter is not delayed. When a hunter is placed at a hospital after being delayed, they remove all damage tokens and bite tokens from their character sheet and discard all of their item and event cards. So if you die, you'll come back at the nearest hospital at the next dawn. And as we established earlier, if I'm saying correctly, correct me if I'm wrong on anything, you're not delayed, but it does take a movement to move from that hospital to its adjacent city. And you start coming back, but you're returned with full health, no bite marks, but also you've lost your items and allies as well. So it is a big punishment, especially since you also increased the influence track for Dracula by dying. Delayed. Some game effects can cause a hunter to become delayed. When a hunter becomes delayed, that hunter's figure is placed on its side, and their turn immediately ends. A delayed hunter must stand their figure upright. Instead of performing their next action, it is past dusk for me, if I yawn. So, a delayed hunter must stand their figure upright instead of performing their next action, and then is no longer considered delayed. This is not considered an action, so you lose an action effectively. What's up, little vampire cat? If a delayed hunter is on Dracula's current location, they participate in the combat. Being delayed does not prevent you from participating in the combat if you're in the same location during dawn or dusk. If a delayed hunter would become delayed again, there is no effect. If a card effect allows a hunter to choose to become delayed, a delayed hunter cannot choose to resolve that effect. They can't choose to become delayed if they are already delayed in order to resolve the effect. Despair tokens. Despair tokens track the number of weeks that have passed during a game. Additionally, the number of despair tokens on the board has some game effects. First, after a hunter is defeated, the influence track is advanced by 2, plus the number of despair tokens on the time track. If Dracula plays Escape as Mist or Escape as Bat before he has played a number of combat cards greater than the number of despair tokens on the time track, and the card is cancelled. So you can only escape if you have it so that you played a number of combat cards greater than the number of despair tokens, meaning that the longer there's been despair, the more Dracula's been out for weeks, back from his slumber or coma, the more his pride, and therefore the more Dracula's pride makes it so you have to wait longer to escape in a combat. When the time marker advances from Sunday night to Monday day, place 1 despair token on the space in the center of the time track. Also, Dracula gains 1 rumor token. If all 3 despair tokens are on the time track, each time Dracula chooses a city location card or hide during the Dracula phase, advance the influence track by 3. So that is where you get to the end game. You went to the first week, then into the second week, first despair token, and then into the third week, second despair token, and into the fourth week of the month with a third despair token. Once that third despair token is there, every time Dracula moves or seems to move with location cards, influence moves up by 3, which means you must track him down quickly, or it is only a very short matter of time before he will win just by walking freely. Dracula errors. If a player discovers that Dracula has committed an error, for example, move between 2 cities that are not connected by a road, or if he is unable to make a legal move when placing a card on the trail, during the Dracula phase, Dracula suffers a penalty by following these steps. 1. Dracula reveals his current location. 2. Dracula clears all hideouts on the trail, leaving his current location on the first space of the trail, as if it was not already there. 3. Dracula suffers 5 damage. This area here I find almost kind of misleading. As a side note here, there was an event at a Gen Con or some convention where there were 2 gentlemen famous for their gaming commentary, both very charming, very intelligent, who mentioned a lot of great games and like 100 games you need to try. And in this one, they mentioned how it was kind of a cool, neat mechanic, how Dracula could sort of, if he wanted to, play the odds and roll the dice and push his luck to try cheating and see if he'd get away with it in order to do better at escaping, but know that the penalty, if he was caught, would be there. And they thought that was really cool. And as much as those gentlemen were right about the positive things they have to say about this game and the great insight they had into minigames, I believe that they completely missed the point. I don't believe this rule is here with the intention that Dracula should, Munchkin style, try to push their luck and cheat and see if they can get away with it. I think this is just to be said that it's no small error if Dracula makes an error, say with his location cards, and they actually want to mechanically put in a punishment. But it's not an excuse to cheat on purpose. So if you ever play with someone who believes or tries to cheat on purpose, and it's not part of the rules encouraging you to cheat on purpose, or established ahead of time that you would, I would be shocked. This is a person you don't ever want to play games with or probably let near your valued worldly possessions. Side note from Michael Eldridge about that. Don't play with cheaters, and if you're Dracula, try not to make mistakes. Continuing on. Dracula phase. The Dracula phase occurs after all hunters have had an opportunity to perform actions at night. The Dracula phase is composed of a movement step and an encounter step. Dracula cannot pass, so naturally, Dracula's phase is at the end of night, so it's after the hunters do their night actions, but just before dawn, naturally. Movement step. Dracula resolves his movement step as follows. 1. Slide hideouts. Dracula slides all hideouts 1 space along the trail, in the direction of the arrows. When a hideout slides off the 6th space of the trail, Dracula must either mature the hideout or convert it to a lair. Maturing any encounter on the hideout is optional, even if it would slide off. That last part is my own interpretation. Step 2. Choose a card. Dracula chooses either a location card or a power card from his location deck and places it in the now empty leftmost space on the trail. If Dracula chooses a location card, he must be able to move to the location that corresponds to the chosen card while obeying the rules for moving by either road or sea. If Dracula's current location is in a city, he can choose to If Dracula's current location is in a city, he can choose a location card of an adjacent city. Again, adjacent by roads. Dracula doesn't take rail. If Dracula's current location is in a port, he can choose a location, again, that's an adjacent city, or he can go to an adjacent sea zone. Then he enters water. If Dracula's current location is a sea zone, he can choose a location card of either an adjacent sea zone or an adjacent port. If Dracula chooses a city that contains one or more hunters, he plays that card face up and does not play an encounter card during the encounter step. So you actually, instead of just running from hunters, you can enter the city that they are in, but then the location card goes face up and you don't place down an encounter card. If Dracula chooses a power card, he follows the specific instructions for playing that power card. If Dracula cannot play a card, he has committed an error and suffers the penalty. Encounter step. Dracula resolves his encounter step as follows. 1. Place an encounter card. Dracula chooses an encounter card from his hand and places it face down on top of the first space of the trail. Again, only if it's not face up from him entering where the hunters are, and only if it's a power card that allows for an encounter card to still be on it if he played a power card. But if it's a regular face down location card that's land and not sea, then he'll place that encounter card on it. 2. Place rumor token. Dracula may place a rumor token on any of the encounter cards in the first 3 spaces of the trail. Dracula cannot resolve an encounter step if he has played a sea location, a city location that contains one or more hunters, the Dark Call power card, or the Feed power card during his movement step. So that recaps the fact that you don't always play an encounter card. Dracula's current location. Dracula's current location refers to the location on the board that Dracula currently occupies. The leftmost location card on the trail is Dracula's current location. This is typically the hideout on the first space of the trail. The Hide, Dark Call, and Feed power cards are ignored when determining Dracula's current location because they each generally have a characteristic of where the cards will slide down, but the official first location is the one to the rightmost of it, or the next location card to the right. While Dracula's current location is not revealed, Dracula's figure is placed on the space above the first space of the trail, thus simply reminding you that's where he currently is, even though you don't know where that spot is. When Dracula's current location is revealed, Dracula's figure is placed on that location of the board. Encounter cards. Dracula uses encounter cards to hinder the hunters or advance the influence deck. The influence track, rather. Excuse me. Let's see, just double checking down here. Alright, we are good. All systems go. Dracula places encounter cards on the trail during the encounter step of the Dracula phase. Encounter cards cannot be placed on sea zones, Dark Call, Feed, or Misdirect. Dark Call, Feed, Misdirect, and sea zones don't place encounter cards. Same with face-up revealed place. Encounter cards remain face down until they are either revealed or discarded, when they must remain face up until they mature or are cleared. So, if a card is revealed, it'll stay face up. That's very important. The hunters land on a spot, they find the spot on the trail, a location. Even as it slides, it remains face up unless some other effect turns it down or it matures and is cleared. All encounter cards have an effect, and some encounter cards have a matured effect. Dracula can resolve an encounter card effect when he ambushes a hunter. If a hunter performs a search action in a hideout or lair that has one or more encounter cards, Dracula must resolve an encounter card's effect, ignoring the matured effect. The matured effect is only for when it's slid off the trail. If there are multiple encounter cards in that location, the hunters choose the order in which they are resolved. And of course, just by being there, they would see what they are, because they're not face down anymore. Actually, someone will need to double check that. I might be confusing myself. When you... right, so if... that's with a search action, they will have become face up. So search makes it so that they're face up. Ambush, if he just landed on them, Dracula could choose to ambush the encounter cards and turn them face up. But otherwise, if Dracula doesn't choose to ambush, those encounter cards are face down until the hunters search. And if they search, then the encounter cards are face up. But the hunters can choose the order to resolve them. When Dracula matures a hideout that slid off the 6th space of the trail, he can resolve the matured effect on any encounter card in that hideout. Unless otherwise stated on the card, encounter cards are discarded after they resolved or, in the case of vampire encounters, defeated. Some encounter cards are discarded when a hunter reveals an item card with a specific name, such as pistol, keyword, or weapon. If a hunter is defeated while facing multiple encounters, any remaining encounters are left unresolved. If Dracula ever has fewer than 5 encounter cards in his hand, he draws cards from the top of his encounter deck until he has 5 encounter cards in his hand. If there are no cards to draw, he shuffles the discard pile to create a new deck. Dracula can have more than 5 encounter cards in his hand. 5 is just his minimum. After a hideout is converted to a lair, Dracula places an encounter card on that lair. A hideout, or lair, can contain multiple encounter cards. Next topic, escape as bat. When resolving escape as bat, the combat ends immediately. Then Dracula may choose a location card of a city that is up to 2 roads away from his current location. If he does, he clears the hideout and places the chosen location card and the escape as bat card on the 1st space of the trail. If he does not, he stays at the same location. The roads that connect Dracula's current location to the chosen location cannot connect to a city with consecrated ground or a heavenly host token. You can't escape through those. If you just not clear that out. Places the chosen location. Sorry, I'm rereading this to make sure I said it correctly with you. for escape as bad. If he does not, when resolving escape as bad, the combat ends immediately. Then Dracula may choose a location card of a city that's up to 2 roads away from his current location. If he does, he clears the hideout and places the chosen location card and the escape as bad card on the first space of the trail. Right, so it's just a convoluted way of saying that it sounds like you don't actually have to resolve it. You could play escape as bad and then not escape, I believe. If Dracula plays escape as bad before he has played a number of combat cards greater than the number of despair tokens on the time track, the card is cancelled. For example, if 2 despair tokens are on the time track, he must play at least 3 combat cards and cannot escape until the 4th round of the combat. If Dracula plays escape as bad during a vampire encounter, the combat ends, but neither Dracula nor the vampire encounter cards are moved from their current locations. While escape as bad is part of a hideout, it has no effect. It serves as a reminder that the card was played to move to this location and reduces the number of escape as bad cards in Dracula's combat deck until it is cleared or slides off the 6th space of the trail. So escaping as bad seems to be not as strong as escaping as missed, because effectively what you would do is just end the combat, but you don't move, you don't get an automatic movement from that. Just the combat ends, then you'd move next time. And you just play that card down to show that it was used there, and so you can't use it again until it slides off. Up next, escape as missed. If Dracula plays the escape as missed before he has played a number of combat cards greater than the number of despair tokens on the time track, the card is cancelled. For example, if no despair tokens are on the time track, he must play at least 1 combat card and cannot escape until the next round. Number of them plus 1, because it's greater than. So if there's 2 despair tokens, there must have been at least 3 previous combats. And then on the 4th, he could try escaping. Event cards. Event cards provide both humans and Dracula with helpful allies and abilities. Each event card provides timing text that describes when the card can be played. If 2 or more cards can be played at the same time, the player can play them in any order they choose. Dracula and Dr. John Seward can have up to 4 event cards in their hands each. That's 4 for Dracula and John Seward as their event hand limit. Each other hunter can have up to 3 event cards in their hand. When a character receives an event card, they must read the timing of when the card can be played. If it does not say play immediately, they place the card in their hand of event cards. So play immediately, obviously you must do that, but otherwise, if it's not play immediately or gives a choice and you choose to not play it immediately, then you keep it in your event cards. If a player draws an event card that would cause them to exceed their hand limit, they may play 1 or more of their event cards, obeying the card's timing text. Then, they must discard down to their hand limit. So if you draw it, you still have a last-minute chance to play 1, provided the timing would allow for it. Some event cards have an ally effect. Players can choose to either play these cards immediately for an effect, or as an ally, which remains in the play area, and provides an ongoing effect. The event card discard pile can contain both face-up and face-down cards, as Dracula event cards discarded from the top of the event deck are face down. I didn't realize that, and that's interesting and important that the event cards could be both face up or face down. I imagine that could make reshuffling slightly more of a hassle. I don't see why you wouldn't just have both be face down to make it easier. But I'm sure this is more thematic, so perhaps this is a good way to try or do. Up next, event cards that are played, discarded, or removed from a player's hand are put in the discard pile, face up. Event cards that are removed from the top of the event deck during a supply action are discarded face down, as we discussed. Players cannot look at discarded face down event cards, naturally. Some event cards require an action to play. To play these cards, a hunter must perform a special action during either day or night. And of course it tells you if it needs a special action in order to play it. Might read it over on this screen a bit, help my neck. Feed. Feed is one of Dracula's power cards. When Feed is placed on the trail, Dracula recovers 3 damage. Feed is placed on the trail instead of choosing a location card. Encounter cards cannot be placed on Feed. While Dracula's current location is at sea, Dracula cannot play Feed. Fog tokens. Dracula's Fog Encounter card allows him to place 1 or 2 fog tokens on the board. Dracula must play fog tokens in a city, and if he places 2 fog tokens, they must both be played in the same city. At dawn or dusk, if Dracula is in a city with a hunter and a fog token, Dracula can choose not to start a combat with that hunter. A hunter cannot move onto, out of, or pass through a city that has a fog token. A hunter cannot perform a search action in a city that has a fog token. At the end of dusk, Dracula must remove 1 fog token from each city on the board that has at least 1 fog token. So they remove slowly with each dusk, but they will be good for making it so that Dracula won't have to fight, and so that hunters can't move. Great Strength. Great Strength is a hunter event card. If Dracula resolves fangs on a mesmerized hunter at night, Great Strength prevents the player from gaining the bite token and being defeated. However, the influence track is still advanced, so Great Strength can be a way to stop them from being defeated when they resolve fangs, even if they're mesmerized, since they don't gain the bite token. But the influence track still gets advanced for the bite, because biting still helps the influence track. I believe 1 each for each bite. Not as bad as being defeated, though. The card indicates or clarifies for sure the amount. Heavenly Host, Sea Consecrated Ground, we covered that. Heavenly Host is more temporary than Consecrated Ground, but same effect. Hidden Information. Fury of Dracula is a game about hidden information, deception, and teamwork. Hunters are encouraged to discuss strategies and share information, obeying the following rules. All players can search through any discard pile at any time. However, face-down event cards in the event discard pile cannot be turned face-up and must remain hidden. When resolving the matured effect of the Hoax encounter card, Dracula can look at the face-down Dracula event card in the discard pile. So Hoax is useful in this regard as well. because it's a matured effect of the host encounter card, lets Dracula look at face down Dracula event cards, otherwise normally not accessible by people. Hunters can talk freely and disclose any information about their cards. However, Dracula must be able to hear all these discussions, and any information shared among hunters must also be shared with Dracula, with the exception being that players participating in a trade action or using Van Helsing's leader ability can discuss strategies, share information, and view each other's cards in private without Dracula hearing what is being discussed or seeing what is being shown. Dracula has supernatural psychic ability and also spies and influence all over Europe, including those who would send wires and with those who send letters and messages. But with trade, the hunters are right near each other in perhaps a secluded and secreted place. This is how I interpret it. Hide. Hide is one of Dracula's power cards that allows him to remain on a location. When Hide is placed on the trail, it is associated with the location card immediately to its right on the trail. These two cards remain associated until the location card is removed from the trail. When a hunter ends a move in the associated... Kitty cat, stop fighting, please. Shh. Shh. You're being naughty cats. When a hunter ends a move in the associated location, or otherwise reveals that location, reveals the card, Hide is also revealed. Similarly, when Hide is revealed through a card effect, such as newspaper reports, the associated location card is also revealed. Guys, please be quiet. Shh. If the excuse me about that, kitty cats, is also revealed. Similarly, when Hide is revealed during a card effect, such as newspaper reports, the associated location is also revealed. If the location is removed, however, Hide is not revealed. So that's important, because if you land on Hide, you'll see where it's associated with. And if you land on the spot to the right of Hide, you'll see that Hide will also be revealed. But if you simply have, for some reason, the spot associated with Hide being removed from the game, it doesn't reveal Hide. When Hide slides off the 6th space of the trail, Dracula cannot resolve the matured effect of any encounter cards on it. So even though it receives an encounter card, it's more of a place to ambush rather than place a maturable card. Hide can be used with wolf form, but it is associated with the location under the power card, not the power card. A hunter who is in the location associated with Hide can be ambushed by any number of encounter cards from both the hideout at that location and encounter cards in the hideout with Hide. If the associated location card is removed from the trail, the encounter cards in a hideout with Hide cannot be searched, and Dracula cannot ambush hunters with those cards. That's very important to note, and I think many people have not perhaps noticed that. If the associated location card is removed from the trail, the encounter cards in the hideout with Hide, they can't be searched, and Dracula can't ambush with them. They'll simply stay there face down, and they won't even mature, since you can't put maturable cards there. Hide is played on the trail instead of searching and using a location card. You put the Hide down instead of a location card. When Dracula plays Hide, he places an encounter card during the encounter step as though he had chosen a location card. If Hide is played when Dracula is revealed, it is played face up and does not place an encounter card. So when Dracula is revealed, you're not placing encounter cards, just as before. While Dracula's current location is a C zone, he cannot play hide. Hideouts. A hideout is all cards and tokens that exist on a single space of the trail. When Dracula places a location card, including a C location or a power card, on any empty space of the trail, he has created a hideout. When a hideout slides along the trail during the Dracula phase, all cards and tokens that comprise the hideout slide together. Dracula can look at the cards in a hideout at any time. If any cards in a hideout are revealed, they remain face up until they are returned to a deck or hand. After a hunter is moved to a hideout, Dracula reveals the location card in that hideout and may ambush the hunter. If the hideout is a C location, the location is not revealed. Remember, no matter what, hunters and Dracula do not bump into each other in the water. In the ocean, where he is exactly on the ocean is always a mystery, except what you figured out through deduction. During the movement step of the Dracula phase, when a hideout slides off the sixth space of the trail, Dracula must either mature that hideout or convert it to a lair, thus making it clear that you cannot mature the encounter, but then make the location card become a lair. You're either maturing it or you are turning it into a lair. If a hideout is cleared, the location card is returned to the location deck. Any encounter cards are discarded without resolving their matured effects. And if there is a rumor token, it is placed in the token pool. So clearing hideouts and clearing layers, just remove everything out of there if it's been cleared. Hospitals. There are 3 hospitals on the board. Each hospital is attached to one of the following cities: Madrid, Rome, or Budapest. Characters cannot move to a hospital space. When a hunter is defeated, they are placed on the nearest hospital space at the next dawn. They are not delayed. While on a hospital space, the only actions a hunter may perform are a modified version of either the supply or move action, as follows. Supply. The hunter may perform a supply action to draw 1 item card. They always draw 1 item card, but cannot draw an event card. Move. The hunter may move from the hospital to the city attached to that hospital. For the purpose of the game rules and effects, if a hunter is in a hospital space, they are adjacent to and not in the location attached to that hospital. A hunter on a hospital space cannot participate in a combat or be affected by encounter or event cards that are in the attached city. If a hunter is on a hospital space, they are not in the city, that city to participate in trade actions. Be used with Mina's psychic ability, or to use the blood transfusion or hypnosis event cards. Even though that hospital is attached to a city, you treat them as being not in the city. If a hunter is in a hospital space that is attached to a hideout or lair, Dracula does not reveal that location card. Same logic there. Layers. A layer is any group of cards and tokens that exists in one of the 3 layer slots on the side of the board. When a hideout slides off the 6th space of the trail, Dracula must either mature that hideout or convert it to a layer. To convert a hideout to a layer, Dracula places that hideout on one of the 3 layer slots on the board. Any revealed cards in that hideout remain revealed as a layer. If there are already 3 layers, Dracula may clear a layer to create room for a new one. Layers are only converted from hideouts that have slid off the 6th space of the trail. When a hideout is converted to a layer, Dracula places an encounter card face down from his hand on the layer. After a hunter is moved to a layer, Dracula reveals the location card in that layer and may ambush the hunter. If a layer has no encounter cards in it, Dracula clears the layer. Hence, layers can be cleared just as hideouts can. During the movement step of the Dracula phase, Dracula can move to a layer following normal movement rules. So even though it slid off the 6th space and gained a new, even though it slid off the 6th space to become a layer card, it could once again go to the 1st spot of the trail. But what's interesting to note is that because a hideout already starts with an encounter card on it, it gains a new encounter card, it seems, when it goes to being a layer. Thus, the layer having 2 encounter cards, providing none were resolved, and certainly the layer wasn't cleared. And therefore, every time you went back again through the cycle, you could add very quickly more encounter cards to a single location, making the trap more deadly. If Dracula moves to a layer, he converts the layer to a hideout by taking the layer from its layer slot and placing it on the 1st space of the trail. Dracula does this instead of placing a location card from his location deck on the trail. After converting a layer to a hideout, Dracula still resolves his encounter step by placing a face-down encounter card from his hand on that hideout. Event cards that affect hideouts do not affect layers. That is very important as well. Layers can be immune to event cards that specifically affect hideouts. When Dracula clears a layer, he places all encounter cards from that layer in the encounter card discard pile. Then he returns damage and rumor tokens in the layer to the token pool and returns the location card in that layer to his location deck. Locations. Each city and sea space on the board is a location. Location cards on the trail and on layer slots are associated with cities and sea zones on the board. Castle Dracula is a location that functions like a city for the purpose of movement. Hospitals are thematically part of a location, but are not treated as locations for the purpose of game rules and effects. If a hunter is in a location that corresponds to a location card in a hideout or lair, that hunter is treated as being in the same location as all of the tokens and cards in that hideout or lair. A hunter is in a location with an encounter card if that encounter card is in a hideout or lair with a location card that corresponds to the location that the hunter occupies. It's a convoluted way of saying what we had established, but I also believe it is quite clear, or one thing that I'm less clear on is that I don't believe I feel fairly certain and confident that I had read already that you cannot turn a sea location into a layer, especially since layers become cleared if they have no encounter cards left on them, and you can't place encounter cards on C locations. So I feel like C locations are an exception, that they can exist on the trail, but they generally are not ever revealed face up, and likewise are not discarded because they don't have an encounter card on them. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but C locations cannot become layers for Dracula. I believe that's what we read and established. Maturing. When a hideout slides off the 6th space of the trail, Dracula must either mature that hideout or convert it to a lair. When Dracula chooses to mature a hideout that slid off the 6th space of the trail, he reveals and resolves the matured effect on any number of encounter cards that are in that matured hideout. Then all encounter cards from that matured hideout are discarded. He does not reveal the location card unless directed to by an encounter card's matured effect. After resolving all matured effects, Dracula clears the hideout. He returns any damage tokens from in that hideout to the token pool, removes any rumor tokens in that hideout from the game, and returns any location or power cards in the hideout to the location deck. So again, the rumor tokens, if you play with them, they're removed from the game, not simply able to be used again. Dracula is not required to mature encounter cards when he matures a hideout, but he can, if he chooses to, but if he chooses not to mature an encounter, it is discarded. Any encounter cards that are in a cleared hideout are discarded. They're discarded face down, and their matured effect does not resolve. Mesmerize. Mesmerize is a Dracula combat card. Here. If Dracula is in a combat with multiple hunters, only the engaged hunter becomes mesmerized at the end of the combat. If a hunter is mesmerized more than once, there is no additional effect. Misdirect. Misdirect is one of Dracula's power cards, and it allows Dracula to sow confusion about the trail. When misdirect is placed on the trail, Dracula chooses a hideout on the trail. He clears that hideout from its trail space and places the misdirect card on that space. When Dracula plays misdirect, the chosen hideout cannot contain Castle Dracula, a power card, or the location associated, just to the left usually, with hide. So misdirect is a good way for him to get back a used location card that's still on the trail, thus making it so that he could play it again perhaps. Movement. Movement is the method by which hunters and Dracula move to locations on the board. Hunters can move by road, railway, or sea. Dracula can move by road or by sea, but he cannot move by railway. A hunter's current location is where their figure is on the board. When the hunter moves, they physically move their figure to the new location. Dracula's current location is the leftmost location card on the trail, which is typically the hideout on the first space of the trail. When Dracula moves, he secretly chooses one card from his location deck, and that corresponds to an adjacent location, and places it face down on the first space of the trail. Dracula's figure remains near the first space of the trail until Dracula's current location is revealed, at which point he places his figure on that location of the board. Hunters can only perform move actions during the day, but cannot move or be moved at night by card effects. Roads. To move by road, the character moves to an adjacent city. Railway. To move by railway, a hunter must spend a ticket token, returning it from their play area face down to the supply, and then mixing the ticket token pool. After spending a ticket token, the hunter can move to a city that is up to a number of railway spaces away from their current location, equal to the number of on the spent ticket token. Train tickets have white and yellow values. If a hunter moves using only white railways, they must use the white values on the ticket tokens to determine the maximum distance they can move. If a hunter moves using only yellow railways, or a combination of white and yellow, they must use the yellow values on ticket tokens to determine the maximum distance they can move. When a hunter moves by railway, they do not move into any of the locations they pass through, and therefore, they do not reveal Dracula's location if they pass through it. That's an important thing to settle there. That they just passing through it doesn't mean they got off at the train stop, and therefore they didn't examine the city at all. C. When a character moves by sea, they can move from a port to an adjacent sea zone, from a sea zone to an adjacent sea zone, or from a sea zone to an adjacent port. Cities along the coastline have anchor icons, denoting them as ports. A port is adjacent to the sea zone in which its anchor icon appears. Cagliari has 2 anchor icons, making it adjacent to both the Mediterranean Sea and the Tyrrhenian Sea. 2 sea zones are adjacent if they share a border. A hunter can move by sea only during the day. If a hunter is in a sea zone during the night, they must they must pass. They cannot perform an action. So you are biding your time at night if you're at sea. However, if a hunter is in a sea zone that is a hideout, Dracula does not reveal that location card. No bumping into each other in the water. Ocean's too big. When Dracula moves from a port to a sea zone, he suffers 2 damage. Dracula gets 2 damage just getting in the water. When Dracula moves from a sea zone to another sea zone, he suffers 1 damage. It's another damage just being in the water. While Dracula's current location is in a sea zone, he cannot play Feed, Dark Call, or Hide. He can play Misdirect as normal, and he can play Wolf form to move to an adjacent port or a city 1 road away from an adjacent port. While Dracula's current location is in a sea zone, he does not play an encounter card during the encounter step. So both for the layer business, or at least for the encounter business and the power cards, we have pretty solid answers about what Dracula can't do at sea and how it hurts him. But perhaps it's useful in a pinch when he needs to escape. Power cards allow Dracula to move in unique ways, recover damage, or draw additional encounter cards. Dracula has 5 power cards that he can place on the trail instead of a location card during his movement step. Dark Call, Misdirect, Feed, Hide, and Wolf form. 2 of these cards, Wolf form and Misdirect, also instruct Dracula to place a location card. Power cards should be kept with the location cards for ease of use, and to disguise when Dracula uses the Hide card, since Hide has the same back as the location card, because the whole point is it looks like it's a location card, even though it's a power card. Unless otherwise specified, the effects of the power card is revealed when played. Then the card is placed face down on the trail, but noting that the back shows which power card type it is, so the facing shouldn't matter too much since you're allowed to know the power card is there and you're not hiding it. Power cards cannot become layers. Dracula cannot choose a power card instead of a location card during setup. Like location cards, power cards cannot be used again until they slide off the 6th space of the trail or the hideout is cleared, at which time it is returned to the location deck with the other power cards. Regions. A region is a group of contiguous cities that are in a colored section of the map. So you can look on the board here. Some game effects, such as Mina Harker's Psychic Bond ability, reference regions. C-zones are not considered to be in any region or a region unto themselves. The regions are based in the geopolitical situation of 1898 and are named as follows. We have Britannica, we have 2 as Iberia, 3 as Gallia, 4 is Germania, 5 Italia, 6 Austro-Hungaria, and 7 Baltica. And again, C-zones are not regions or counted as part of regions. They are a separate thing. A region is a colored collection of city points on land. Next topic, reserve a ticket. As an action, a hunter can reserve a ticket. To reserve a ticket, a hunter draws one of the face-down ticket tokens from the supply, looks at it, and places it in their play area. A hunter needs a ticket to move by railway. A hunter can look at the face-down side of their ticket token at any time. After drawing a ticket token, a hunter can choose to keep it or discard it. Each hunter can have only 2 ticket tokens at one time, so there's a hard limit there. The guy who is purring and meowing so much all night is this cutie pie who's now in my lap. I would hate him if I didn't love him so much. If a hunter already has 2 ticket tokens and performs a reserve ticket action, they must discard one of their 2 ticket tokens before drawing a new one. When Lord Goldeming reserves a ticket when he already has one, he draws the first ticket token, discards one of the 2 ticket tokens, then draws the second token. So that's an interesting thing, because I would have just assumed that you could just draw 2 and then just keep the 2 out of the 3 that you want. It sounds very close to having the same effect, but I wonder if it's a little bit different in effect, actually. I think it's slightly different than that. Used or discarded ticket tokens are returned to the supply, and I'd note randomized. It's supposed to be random each time. They are, as a side note, a useful upgrade is to have a small little baggie that's opaque, like a little velvety baggie, is good for ticket tokens. Rest. This is an action. If a hunter performs a rest action, they recover 1 damage. If a hunter performs a rest action in the same city as Dr. John Seward, they recover 2 damage instead of 1. Dr. John Seward always recovers 2 damage when he performs a rest action. He is always in the same city as himself. Reveal. Some game effects reveal cards to all players. When a card in a hideout or lair is revealed, that card remains face up until that hideout or lair is cleared or matured. When a card is revealed from a player's hand, it is shown to all players and then returned to the player's hand. A weakened hunter must play with 1 event and 1 item card revealed at all times, except during combat, remembering that being weakened comes from having a bite on you. And of course, the next bite will make you defeated. And keep in mind that again, Mina starts bitten with 1 bite, meaning the second bite will defeat her, and she starts with an event revealed and an item card revealed as well. A hunter may exchange which of their cards are revealed at any time. If a hunter is instructed to reveal a card for an effect,
such as to reveal an item card with the keyword weapon, they can use the card that is already revealed from being weakened. It does not have to be a new card as long as it satisfies. Roadblock tokens are next as well. Dracula's Roadblock event card and Saboteur encounter card allow him to place roadblock tokens on the board, which prevents hunters from using specific roads or railways. Each roadblock token has two sides. One side is used for blocking roads, and one side is used for blocking railways. Hunters cannot move using a road or railway that has a roadblock token. This includes card effects such as a sense of urgency. So if it's blocked, it is blocked, even if a sense of urgency would otherwise allow you to move. At the end of dusk, Dracula must remove one roadblock token of his choice from the board. When Dracula places a roadblock token, it is placed on top of a single road or railway. He cannot place more than one roadblock token on the same road or railway. When placing multiple roadblock tokens at the same time, Dracula can place them in any combination of roads and railways with only one token on each. So you can only put a single token on a road or a railway. That's one particular connection, but you could put down any combination you want if you're placing multiple. All right. Rumor tokens. Rumor tokens allow Dracula to increase the amount of influence he gains when he matures a vampire encounter card. Dracula begins the game with one rumor token. Each time a despair token is placed on the board, Dracula gains one rumor token. During Dracula's encounter step, after Dracula places an encounter card, he can place a rumor token in a hideout in one of the first 3 spaces of the trail. Each hideout or lair can contain a maximum of only one rumor token. If Dracula resolves the matured effect of a vampire encounter card, and that hideout has a rumor token on it, the influence track is advanced by an additional 3 spaces. So this is huge because Dracula could place the rumor token down so that people think, aha, this is a vampire token, and therefore I must go there. Because he's incentivized to make this a vampire, and they want to kill vampire because it's matured. So it's all or nothing with rumor. If you put it where there's not a vampire card, if it matures, the rumor token won't give Dracula anything extra, but it might throw the hunters off the trail. So it only gives that bonus of 3 if it successfully matures and it's a vampire. But it puts a red flag there, it puts a target there. After a hideout is cleared, or if a layer is discarded, any rumor tokens on that hideout or layer is returned to the token pool. Search. The search action allows a hunter to reveal Dracula's encounter cards that are encounter cards that are in its hideouts or layers. So when you do a search as a hunter, this search action allows a hunter to reveal the encounter cards that are in the hideouts or layers. And the reason why there might be encounter cards that need to be searched is if you were not ambushed with them. You either weren't ambushed with them because he wants you to waste time to search there, but he hopes you do, so you'll get ambushed anyway. Or you weren't ambushed with them because he wants you to go past them. Perhaps they are a vampire waiting to mature, and he doesn't want you to fight them and stop his growing influence. When a hunter performs a search action, Dracula must reveal any encounter cards that are not already revealed from the hideout or lair the hunter currently occupies. So searching reveals all of them in that hideout or lair. Then he resolves the text on each encounter card, ignoring any matured effect in the order of the hunter's choice, discarding each card once resolved. If a hunter chooses not to perform a search action in a particular location, the location's encounter card can not only later mature, but also remains available for Dracula to use to ambush the next hunter to end their move on the location. So every time you end your turn where there is an encounter card, if it is able to ambush, there we go. If it's ambushable, Dracula could try ambushing you later with it if you show up later or someone else shows up later. Hunters cannot search in a city that has a fog token. Fog makes it too hard to see anything. Storm tokens. Dracula's Summon Storms event cards allow him to place 3 tokens on the board. Dracula must place each of the storm tokens on different sea zones, even when playing Summon Storms more than once. A hunter cannot move into a sea zone with a storm token on it, but Dracula can. Again, he's the one controlling this dark weather. At the end of dusk, Dracula must remove 1 storm token of his choice from the board. Supply. When a hunter performs a supply action, they draw an event card and possibly an item card. If the hunter is in a large city, they draw an item card from the top of the item deck and put it into their hand of item cards. If drawing an item card that would cause the hunter to exceed their hand limit, they must discard down to their hand limit after drawing. During the day, if the top card of the event card shows a hunter icon, the hunter draws it. If the top card of the event card shows a Dracula icon, it is simply discarded face down. It's one way to clear those out. And the hunter does not draw another card. So if you search during the day, you're going to get to either get rid of a bad card or gain a good card. That's an event card. And again, with big cities, that's how you get the item card, is by searching in a big city. But during the night, big or large city, the hunter takes the bottom card of the event deck. If it shows a hunter icon, and they got lucky, the hunter draws it. But if it shows a Dracula icon, they give this to Dracula, and Dracula draws it. Everyone must account for hand sizes. Some event cards have effects that must be played immediately. Some, when a player draws an event card, they must read it silently to themselves to check. So that's essential that they do that. Trade. The trade action allows 2 hunters to trade item cards and ticket tokens and privately share information with each other. When a hunter performs a trade action, they choose another hunter in the same city as them. The 2 hunters can show each other their item cards and ticket tokens and give any of those cards and tokens to each other. When a hunter performs a trade action, they and the other hunter, who is part of that trade action, can trade cards in secret and communicate in private without Dracula seeing those cards or hearing that conversation. A hunter cannot perform a trade action if they are in a sea zone. No trading at sea. The leader ability on Van Helsing's character sheet allows him to trade with a hunter who is in any city. Super useful. He is sending UPS same day all over the place. When using his leader ability, Van Helsing can choose to trade with any hunter in any city on the board. The 2 hunters can share information as normal, However, they can only trade event cards. They cannot trade item cards or ticket tokens. So Van Helsing's leader ability is interesting because even though when he's using that leader ability, he can trade with any hunter in any city, they're only able to trade event cards. They're not trading item cards. So maybe, he's sending resources other than simply something physical. Wisdom, guidance, helping an event happen. Van Helsing's leader ability is the only way hunters may trade event cards. The Trail. The Trail consists of the 6 spaces on the board that Dracula uses to track his movement and place encounter cards. Some rules and card effects reference the spaces of the trail by number. The spaces are referenced first through 6th, starting with the leftmost space, where Dracula currently is, typically. Vampire encounters. Combat with a vampire can be initiated from Dracula's New Vampire and Reckless Vampire encounter cards. The rule is that this section apply only to vampire encounters with when the word Dracula is used. It is referring to the Dracula player and only the player. So that's a bit confusing to me, but I just kind of read it in a wonky way. Saying that again here, combat with a vampire can be initiated from Dracula's New Vampire and Reckless Vampire encounter cards. The rules in this section apply only to vampire encounters when the word Dracula is used. It is referring to the Dracula player. Right, so if they ever say Dracula, they just mean the Dracula player, and the Dracula player controls both Dracula and other vampires. That's kind of a convoluted way of saying that. If a hunter either resolves a search action or is ambushed in a hideout or lair, and an encounter card is revealed that reads, "Fight this vampire," a combat occurs. Combat against vampires uses the same rules as combat against Dracula, with the following exceptions. Combat with vampire from an encounter card happens during the hunter's turn, not at dawn or dusk. New Vampire and Reckless Vampire encounter cards have their own health values. When one of these vampires suffers damage, it is tracked on the card using damage tokens. If a vampire has a number of damage tokens on its card equal to or greater than its health value, that vampire is defeated. Only the vampire can be damaged or affected during the combat. Dracula cannot be harmed or otherwise targeted because it's the vampire. When a vampire is defeated, its encounter card is discarded. If combat ends without the vampire being defeated, the damage it suffered remains on the card, and the card is returned face up to the hideout or lair. If Dracula plays Escape as Mist or Escape as Bat before he has played 3 combat cards, the card is cancelled. The number of despair tokens on the board does not change the number of combat cards Dracula must play in vampire encounters before escaping, because again, this is not Dracula fighting, this is just one of his vampires. So it is a consistent 3. Meaning that is played before 3 combat cards, the card is cancelled, right. If Dracula resolves Escape as Bat, combat ends, but neither Dracula nor the vampire are moved from their current locations. So it just ends the combat, but he's still there. Weakened. A hunter with one... quick note as well. This was a little bit confusing for me. Perhaps I have more trouble focusing on the words when I'm actually also reading them out loud. But it seems to me that we don't mention the aristocratic vampire. And aristocrat vampire is a type of vampire that they can fight. They have Reckless Vampire and new vampire. I had heard, and I think I had mentioned this earlier in the video, that the aristocrat vampire was meant to have one less influence than it shows. I think it shows 4, and I think it was meant to give 3 influence. Can someone please check that, and then we'll confirm that in the comments or description about if that's true. Because it is conspicuous that they mention vampire encounters here, but don't talk about the aristocratic vampire, and that is one of the types of vampire encounters that you can fight in this 4th edition as well. Up next, weakened. A hunter with 1 or more bite tokens is weakened. A weakened hunter must play with one of their item cards and one of their event cards revealed facing Dracula, or Dracula can look at it whenever he wants. A hunter places their revealed item card face up on the card slot at the top of their character sheet. They place their revealed event card on the card slot at the bottom. A hunter can change which cards are revealed at any time, but of course you give away more information provided Dracula remembers the previously revealed ones. Mina is permanently weakened. She is treated as always having a bite token, even after she is defeated. By the way, I'd note thematically that if getting defeated gets rid of your bite tokens, then, I don't know, even if she starts with a bite token because of the theme and story, then surely shouldn't she get rid of hers as well? It's alright though. It's a balancing thing too. Plus, her character screen is displayed that way, so we may as well do it the way they say it. The bite token space on Mina's character sheet has an image of a bite token to represent her permanently weakened status. That's why 1 bite already defeats her. Mina is defeated each time she is bitten, and as she has no empty bite spaces on her character sheet. So again, Dracula has extra incentive to bite her because of the fact that it will instantly defeat her, rather than simply weaken her and make her halfway to being defeated. Mina must always play with one of her item cards and one of her event cards revealed, except during combat, where you take your whole hand back so that Dracula doesn't know what you're about to play, of course. Winning the game. Players win the game in the following ways. Dracula wins the game by advancing the influence track to space 13. If Dracula is defeated at the same time that he would advance the influence track to 13, the hunters win the game. During combat with multiple hunters, if the influence track is advanced to space 13, and Dracula would be defeated during a later step of the combat, Dracula wins. Dracula can advance the influence track in several ways, as follows. Maturing a vampire encounter card advances the track by a number of spaces specified on that card. Resolving the Fangs combat card against a mesmerized hunter advances the track by 1. Defeating a hunter advances the track by 2, plus 1 for each despair token on the board. Once all 3 despair tokens are on the board, the track advances by 3 each time Dracula places a city location or hide on the trail. Wolf Form. Wolf Form is one of Dracula's power cards, and it allows him to change into a wolf who moves quickly through the countryside. When Wolf Form is placed on the trail, Dracula suffers 1 damage and moves to a city that is up to 2 roads away from his current location. Wolf Form is placed along the trail with the location card of the city he moved to. If a location card with Wolf Form becomes a lair, Wolf Form is returned to the location deck. Wolf Form cannot, Wolf Form can be played with Hide. When Dracula plays the Wolf Form, he still places an encounter card during the encounter setup. So that's an interesting thing, is that this is an example of one where you play it, but you also play a location or even a hide, which looks like a location. And additionally, it still has an encounter step. Wolf form is very powerful. While Dracula's current location is a sea zone, he may use wolf form to move to either an adjacent port city or a city one road away from an adjacent port. Because the idea is you turn into a wolf as soon as you got on land, kind of thing. And finally, we have the index here. I want to thank everyone, honestly, sincerely, for bearing with me with this. I'm quite new to reading out this entire thing. I'm going to read through the quick reference here because this video is nothing if not all about completionist. But just before I read this and then sign off, I want to give a huge thank you for bearing with me, even as the cats meow for an early dinner, as I mess up the words, read the font weird, and as I am a bit screwy with different trials and errors with this green screen. Thanks very much. Please let me know what other things you would like to see in the realm of what I do, which involves board game rules, board game commentary, board game rules read-throughs, ASMR, psychology, communication talk, accent work, voiceover work, etc., and storytelling and improvised original story and comedies and things. That's sort of my wheelhouse, those things. So whatever you like the most, any and all critique, suggestions, or encouragement honestly help me a great deal. So feel free to like, subscribe, or hit the notifications icon if you're interested in any of that. I'd appreciate it a lot. Now let's go ahead and I'll close out right after I read this quick reference that's on the back of this reference guide. Hunter actions. Move. Move by road, railway, or sea. Move by road from a city to an adjacent city. Move by railway by spending a ticket token and moving to a city using either the white number if using just white railways or yellow number if using just yellow railways, or a combination of yellow and white railways also uses yellow. Move by sea to go from a port to a sea zone, or go from a sea zone to an adjacent sea zone or port. Reserve a ticket. Draw a ticket token from the token pool. Randomized, a hunter can have up to 2 ticket tokens. Rest. Rest recovers 1 damage. Search. If in a hideout or lair, reveal and resolve any encounter cards there. Special. Resolve an effect on a card or an ability on a character sheet that needs to be played as an action. Supply. If it is day, draw a hunter event card or discard Dracula event card from the top of the deck for day. If it is night, take the card from the bottom of the event, and if it's hunter, you get to keep it. If it's Dracula, you give it to Dracula without looking at the front. If in a large city, after doing those things, if in a large city, draw an item card before drawing the event card. If in a small city, you don't draw an item card. Trade. Choose a hunter in the same location, then secretly trade item cards and ticket tokens with that hunter. A hunter may also forfeit their actions by passing. And in some cases, such as when in a sea at night, you must pass. Recovering from being delayed takes the place of a hunter's action, but is not considered to be an action. Round summary. Hunter phase 1, dawn. The time marker advances on the time track and combat occurs if 1 or more hunters are in the same location as Dracula. Day. Each hunter performs 1 action in activation order as listed on the sheets. 3. Dusk. The time marker advances on the time track and combat occurs if 1 or more hunters are in the same location as Dracula. 4. Night. Each hunter performs 1 action in activation order. Hunters cannot perform move actions at night. Then, Dracula phase. 1. Movement step. Dracula slides all the cards on the trail to the right. Then he chooses and plays either a location card or a power card from his deck. 2. Encounter step. Dracula places an encounter card on the first space of the trail, provided it is the kind of card you can place an encounter card on. Then that's a whole round. Then the rounds start over again. Combat rounds. Combat is resolved over a series of rounds. Each round has 8 steps that occur in the following order. 1. Choose combat cards. All players in the combat choose cards to play. 2. Choose engaged hunter. If there are multiple hunters in the combat, Dracula chooses one hunter to be the engaged hunter. And notice that since you do this every round, it's possible that over multiple combat rounds, the engaged hunter could change based on what Dracula is thinking. Step 3. Reveal combat cards. All chosen cards are revealed. 4. Compare combat icons. If the combat icon on Dracula's chosen card matches a highlighted icon on the engaged hunter's chosen card, Dracula's chosen card is cancelled. 5. Resolve Dracula's effect. If Dracula's chosen card is not cancelled, he resolves its effect. 6. Resolve Hunter's effect. Resolve the effect on each hunter's chosen card. 7. Check combat status. Check to see if the combat has ended. If it's been 6, rounds, then it would automatically end. Double check me if 6 was the exact number. But it might also end if someone played an escape and they successfully escaped and that was resolved. Or if all the hunters died or were defeated, or rather bitten as well. Or if Dracula was killed and the hunters win. 7. Check combat status right. See if then 8. Refresh hands. Dracula and each hunter refresh their hand to prepare for the next round. Again, Dracula draws one card if he has less than 5, and I believe he started with 5 that he drew from at the beginning of the combat. After the combat is over, he reshuffles all of his combat cards together, leaves the deck alone until the next combat, and likewise, the humans, the hunters, they have a refresh cooldown time. So any card that they just played that current round stays out in front. They can't play the next round, but then they could play the round after that. That way you always have to have a break between each single card, so you couldn't play it over and over again without break. Combat icons. There are 7 combat icons that appear on combat cards and item cards. Each icon thematically matches the effect of the card on which the icon appears. The 7 combat icons are Fangs, looks like Halloween style fangs you put in your mouth. Strength, we have a diagonal fist. Claws, we've got creepy nails on a creepy hand. Mesmerized, we have a very menacing looking eyeball. Plotting, we just have a cool hand of cards because we're plotting and we're drawing cards as part of plotting. Plotting helps him get more cards. Escape is bat. Looks like a bat. Escape is mist. Kind of looks like mist or a rope, but it's meant to look like mist. That's it. That's Fury of Dracula. As you can see, couldn't be simpler. You know. And again, please note that by reading out the rules reference, I could have inadvertently made things seem more complicated than they are. I wanted it in there for a sense of completionism and thoroughness, so that this one video would contain everything, including my own commentary, but certainly everything from both how watch it played and or not watch it play, how to play, and also this rules reference. But really, you can get started, and you knew this already, anyone can get started after just reading or listening to just the how to play section. All right. Thank you all so much, and until next time, I'm Michael Eldritch.